Here at France Hydroponics, we sell everything you need to grow plants hydroponically. We sell everything you need here, from your lighting to your outdoor systems, indoor systems, hydroponic growth mediums, and your nutrients, as well as all kinds of accessories to meet your needs. So our customers come here because we offer a personal approach, and we support them through all aspects of their growth. We take the guesswork out of hydroponics. Whether you're a new grower or an existing grower, we have everything that you need here. You can find Franz Hydroponics in Kalanga in North Brisbane.
By the time you are 28 years old, you have so much money you can't even count it. What do? You're making dreams come true.
Look! We have a stacked fight card here for you tonight. One opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment. Everything stays around this state is refined. Godfrey loving it. Sweating.
September 16th, Cardiff, first weekend.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It's Beatdown Promotions 6 at the sold out yet again Eatons Hill Hotel. I'm Jake Anderson, joined by Jaden Binney for yet another stellar lineup of fights here tonight, made possible by Next Gen Constructions. Jaden, what can you tell us about this main event?
I'm super excited for this main event. Issei Kitano has finished all of his opponents so far as a professional in the first round. I think it's going to be a very tall order to finish Mr. Stewart Nicoll in the first round. So I'm really excited to see what happens if Stewart makes it out of the first.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic flyweight showcase. Kudos to Damian Brown for flying these guys in. And they're not gimme fights. He's given Australian fighters chances in the main event slot, and they're killers. They're literally guys, like you said, 5-0, 5 first-round finishes, all by strikes. It could be a stylistically difficult matchup for Stewie. It's going to be very interesting to see who's the predator and who's the prey in that one. Cannot look forward to that one. And then, of course, in the co-main event slot, we've got a domestic derby between Jack James and Jamie Spawn. Two BJJ black belts in the welterweight division. I think this is a fantastic time for both these guys to get the fight happening. It was almost destined to happen, and I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jamie Spawn is going to be seen as maybe the more on paper, the more sophisticated grappler. But I think Jack James will surprise some people tonight. He's no slouch in the grappling department. So I'm really excited to see what happens tonight when they clinch up.
Absolutely. And then we've got Tamita versus Medina, a lightweight bout. Medina doing the damn thing for a while now. I remember fighting on a card a while ago, and he had probably 10 fights at that point in time. So an extremely experienced Jesse Medina taking on Tamita, another international fight, a fantastic matchup stylistically between two guys that just have such a solid base, both in experience and in skills.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse Medina, his professional debut, I believe, I was 13 years of age when he made that. So the man he's a serious veteran. He's been around for a while with plenty of fights under his belt.
Yeah, and then we've got Kipu versus Stoddard in the middleweight division. There's no shortage of firepower in that one. A fantastic matchup again. It's good to see Stoddard coming back. He's made the changes that he's need to do. He's changed up his way of training. He's coming back from a vicious KO loss on this same card. Sorry, not this card, on this promotion earlier. Nick Kipu, though, is going to try and do much of the same. Try and defeat him, try and take him out of there. But like I said, this is just all firepower from both fighters. And then we move to the featherweight division before that. Miller versus Eid. Miller, another fan favourite. It's good to see him back on the card. Featherweights always bring it. They've got that fantastic mix of power, explosiveness, and skill. That'll be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Brody Eid was my last opponent, so I know him pretty well. I've studied him a little bit, and I think the great thing about this fight is both boys are definitely not afraid to throw down in the center. I'm sure they're both looking to throw some serious power shots, and maybe not grapple too much, but I could be proven wrong.
And there you have it, folks. Stay with us. We're getting our next fight started within a couple of minutes. It's electric in here. I'm sure you're feeling it through whatever it is you're watching it on. Are you watching it at home with your friends? If you're watching it on your phone, no matter where you are, stay tuned because we're about to get underway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to Eatons Hill here in Brisbane for a fantastic night of action. Another sold-out venue, ladies and gentlemen. And this one, Beatdown Promotions presenting our big card here tonight. This is Beatdown 6, and it is brought to you with thanks to Next Gen Constructions. Well, what do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready for fight number 1 on our card here tonight? All right, let's get this party started. Fight number 1. It is brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. We do it in the flyweight division. Introducing to you first to fight out of the blue corner. This is Adam Kumar.
Adam Kumar, 0-1, fighting at a Karaoke MMA in Sydney, Australia. He brings a well-rounded skill set to the cage. Despite a setback in his MMA debut, he's hunger to adapt and return, better utilising his skills as a blue belt in BJJ. I mean, it provides a strong grappling base. He's undefeated in kickboxing, going 3-0, and he has a winning boxing record of 3-1. So even though he's 0-1 in his MMA debut, you can see that he has that really strong foundation in his striking prowess. And that BJJ blue belt, I mean, it's a matter of sometimes just being able to put it together when you're an amateur.
Yeah, absolutely. It can take a few fights, especially for the guys who have spent most of their competition time just striking. It can take them a second to put it all together, and then when they do, they have a massive leap in their ability in the cage.
And with a solid team.
Out of the red corner, this is Harry Webb.
Harry Webb, 1-0, the exact opposite of his opponent, fighting out of Integrated MMA on the Sunshine Coast. He's made a statement in his debut with a stunning striking victory in the very first round. Harry Webb is a force to be reckoned with. He's a BJJ purple belt, honed under Rob Gafrida of Integrated MMA on the Sunshine Coast, as mentioned before. Webb boasts a solid foundation in grappling, but don't underestimate his striking. As we mentioned, his debut was a short night at the office, ending things in the first round, so you know he is a threat on the feet as well. And he outclasses Kumar in the grappling department with that purple belt, but sometimes it's the little gloves that can make all the difference in the grappling department.
Yeah, absolutely. I've trained with a few of the boys from this gym. Their grappling is awesome, so if you can put it together with the striking, it's looking really good for him.
A hungry young fighter, eager to learn and prove himself further as we kick the action over to James O'Shea.
To fight number one on our card here tonight. This one is sponsored by Next Gen. We do it in the flyweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner from Sydney, trained out of the Kariote MMA gym, weighed in officially 56.8 kilos. Fight number two, looking for win number one. This is Adam Kumar. His opponent standing across in the red corner, trained out of the Integrated MMA gym on the Sunshine Coast. He weighed in officially 54.25 kilos. One fight for one win. Give it up. This is Harry Webb. Referee, third man in the middle, Mr. Nathan Waters.
The first fight of the evening made possible by Next Gen Construction. Whether you're building a custom home or completing renovations and extensions, Next Gen offers amazing service and great quality throughout. Follow NXTGEN Constructions on Instagram. Oh, head kick early from Kumar. And he's just throwing, isn't he? He's leathering up Webb already. Webb trying to throw back. And a big takedown with the trip there in the body lock. Fantastic activity from Webb. The boy's just getting after it immediately. Kumar in that southpaw stance, extending out that lead hand, and he cracks him. Looks like Webb's hurt. He's backed up all the way to flying knees. Webb just trying to compose himself. Wow, lead kick. He just snapped that thing up there.
Yeah, you can see Adam Kumar's definitely got a lot of striking experience. He looks very composed in these exchanges.
This could be where Webb wants the action, whether he likes it or not, because those strikes on the feet, that was so dynamic by Kumar. Kumar looking very, very technical when he was on his feet just then. Webb choosing to engage in the grappling. Kumar almost dropping down there for a guillotine. It would be a mistake. It looks like Webb isn't in too much trouble and he pops that head out.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Jake. I think that might have been a mistake, that guillotine. He was doing good on the stand-up, and it can be hard to crunch the chin to the chest with these little gloves on. Now he finds himself on the bottom.
I do like, even for an amateur, he's opened his guard and he's done that to attack with the triangle.
Yeah, that was a beautiful setup. Definitely made me eat my words there. Straight into a triangle.
And Webb, he's able to assume the position back on top. He got out of danger. This is really going to muddy up the round. You can see a mouse under the eye of Webb already, that left eye.
Make him carry the weight. Make him carry the weight, Harry. Make him carry the weight.
Near the corner advice for Harry Webb there. Make him carry the weight. Absolutely. Quite a difficult task because Kumar's he hasn't stopped on the bottom. Webb's almost trying to keep up with him. He's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, Kumar's doing a great job of not getting too tired on the bottom there and not freaking out. If his plan is to stand up and strike, he's doing a great job of not wearing himself out on the bottom.
Fantastic control by Webb, using that head control, creating a head post. Kumar chooses to whiz a kick, almost makes something of it, and Webb stays on him. Fantastic clinch work from both guys, being able to put in some of those shots, putting some of those knees, going to work and staying busy. Oh, fantastic trip. Kumar gets him down. He's muddied the waters of this round even further. Takes the back. Oh, he's attacking. It could be on the chin, but he can crush from there. Wow. What was a bit of a muddy round. Striking early from Kumar. Webb gets the takedown and some of the grappling exchange, but I think Kumar just stole that round.
Yeah, I'd agree. On paper, Kumar is possibly the inferior grappler, but it didn't really look like it in that round. He did a great job, and he secured 2 takedowns, the same takedown twice.
Sometimes in the grappling department, you just kind of need to know what you have to do, and then if you do that well, you'll get by. He didn't need to do anything. He didn't need to out-grapple Webb, as we were seeing here. He didn't need to do anything fantastic. He just needed to do what he wanted to do.
Just march one out. Yep.
That was a high-octane round. Kumar still got that pep in his step. So explosive. And with a guy like that, oh, that kick just missed. And Webb turned away. Webb looks a little bit apprehensive. He's pulling up short on some of these strikes, and you can see why. A huge combination from Kumar. He's in kill shot mode. Webb's eyes are wide open. He's almost anticipating the next shot. It's like he's only thinking about what Kumar's doing.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Webb. Oh, he's getting caught every time, every exchange. It looks like he's getting caught out, and now he looks to grapple. Nice whizzer kick. That's awesome technique, I think.
It is. Oh, and he pulls guard. I think he had the triangle in mind, and he gets it anyway.
Amazing.
I'll shut my mouth. It appears to kind of be under, but there's definitely room there. If you're Kumar, you are trying to go to work on this thing.
Yeah, if you can just change the angle a little bit, it will start to get really tight. He's passing the arm across. I wouldn't strike there. He's so close to finishing it. I think this could be it.
Yeah, you'd almost go all in on finishing the triangle at this point. If you can angle and get around,
and
that's huge.
This is going to be so tight.
Oh, and Webb, much like the first round, gets out of the submission attempt, gets position on top. I can't do this all night. I can't be shouting like this.
Yeah, I can't believe first fight of the night.
Yeah, I know.
Watch that up kick. Watch that up kick.
Hips forward. Hips forward. Make him carry away.
Sage advice from our referee.
Hips forward. Make him carry.
I think Webb needs to go to work. Moves in for that strike, but here, if he wants to make his third round easier, he needs to go to work now.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least try and wear Kumar out a little bit so he's not so active standing up at the start of the next round.
Absolutely, absolutely. Even just crush him, make him try and get up, drag him back down again, do something to erode his will or erode his gas tank or both.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what he's doing right now. He's holding that leg, not letting him back up.
Good shot. Kumar has to be careful about the rotational leg locks here. He could use that to get up almost.
Yeah, nice inside actually by Kumar.
Kumar being told to behave himself. Webb's still going to work.
Go forward. 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 Forward.
just standing over Kumar, getting ready to rain shots down. Definitely more activity from Webb. Definitely staying in it as the armbar's thrown up. It's funny, he puts the sub on and then he just chooses to strike when it's almost like these subs are quite deep.
Yeah, it's like a bit of a power move. You know, I'm going to get you in the submission and then not finish it. I'm just going to punch you.
Another great round. This is such a fantastic matched up fight between these two guys. As we head to our next gen replay. Oh, there's that 1-2 with the kick to the head. Kumar staying active on the ground. Webb just establishing his dominance on top, and then right at the end of the round we see this armbar. And like you said, it was almost just like insult to injury. Could be a coin toss so far. Could be first round Kumar, second round Webb. This third one could be the story of the fight. We'll see both boys
it's getting close to the groin.
mind their P's and Q's and they get after it, trying to just solidify it, because if you're a cornerman, Jaden, are you telling him to get after it?
You ready?
I'm definitely telling Adam Kumar to get after it. Oh, yeah, both boys. I think right now, yeah, that's exactly what I would be doing if I'm Adam Kumar. I think he's got the striking advantage.
And he established that just then. He likes that range. If you're Webb, you almost just wade in, and he does it and eats a knee. Don't listen to me. Body shot with that kick. Oh, Kumar's all over him. Sprawls. Angles around. Oh, if I'm Kumar, I'd almost be willing to strike from him rather than take the back, but he knows he's going better than me.
Yeah, he's surprised me with his grappling every time he's done it so far. Very impressive, especially for what I believe he is a jiu-jitsu blue belt. So he's doing a great job. Oh, nice. Just like you said.
Oh, there it is. Framing on the head. Especially because Webb's almost anticipating the shot. He's putting the forearms guard up. Oh, I like this from Kumar. If you're Webb, you've got to be feinting and changing levels. You've got to be giving him something to respect. Elevates the leg, gets Kumar down, but Kumar's able to base out and he's up already. Webb sticking all over him.
Interesting choice to go for that low single. I think generally when people take that shot, I've done that many times, it's because you're not interested in standing up with that person anymore.
Yeah, getting him down by any means necessary. Webb almost desperate, clinging to the legs. I like how patient Kumar is, but it's almost just a little bit more activity, even if it's feints, even if it's working the setup, rather than just constantly blasting him in that body shot.
Yeah, Kumar does a great job of mixing up his attacks on that power side. You never know what's going to run into you, and that's super scary when you're going up against a southpaw like that.
Breaking the posture of Kumar, throwing those knees up, getting everything he possibly could in. Oh, beautiful. Controls the hand of Kumar. Uses the exit.
Nice short drag attempt by Harry Webb. He's got great grappling. When he gets in there, he's doing a great job. It's just getting in. Kumar is so tenacious on the takedown defense.
And it is, when you're eating shots, your adrenaline goes through the roof, that when it's time to grapple, he's almost working on half a tank already. Kumar seems to be a little bit fresher in these exchanges, even in grappling.
Yeah, he definitely looks a lot more fresh.
I wouldn't mind seeing, oh, and again, right as I was about to say it, going to the body a bit more with these punches, which will open up the head, take some more of that gas tank away. And Webb just giving it absolutely everything into that takedown and still couldn't make it happen. Kumar doing such a good job at splitting his legs, keeping his hips active. More knees for his trouble. What a fight.
Yeah, that's an amazing performance from both boys for the first bout of the night.
100%. That was such a great showing. That was a fantastic showing. Kumar just being able to do what he wanted to do on the feet. He was hitting the strikes he wanted to strike. He wanted to do it often. He did it often. In the grappling exchanges, he was able to almost outdo himself against, like you said, the guy that outranked him in Harry Webb. And Harry Webb just showing a ton of heart. He was in a few submission attempts, was able to keep his own best interests at heart, not get submitted. Those knees from Kumar were just huge. They paid dividends. It looked like they zapped some of the energy out of Webb. A fantastic fight to get us started. Webb wearing some of the damage from the fight. Those strikes from Kumar, they were just dynamic. They were intense. You could see in his eyes when he needed to go, he absolutely went. As our judges finish deliberating, we kick it over to James O'Shea for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our two fighters. What a way to start the card here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This one is brought to you thanks to Next Gen. We go to the judges' scorecards, and they score this bout 30 to 27, 29 to 28, and 29 to 28. Your winner by unanimous decision, and it goes to the blue corner, Adam Kumar.
And there we have it. Adam Kumar takes the decision. A really, really good showing. He was able to put some of that striking we alluded to earlier in his intro together. He had the experience. I mean, 6-1 in his combined striking fights, and he's able to even up his record going 1-1 in MMA. It seemed like it was a matter of time until he put it together, and he did that here tonight. Harry Webb just doing a fantastic job, not being able to put it together. A lot of that was not his fault. It was just that Kumar did so well. Able to defend the takedowns, able to strike when he was at range and keep Harry Webb busy. Congratulations to Kumar on a fantastic victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along here tonight, fight number 2. This one is sponsored by MMA Fight Store. We do it in the featherweight division. Introducing to you first to fight out of the blue corner. This is Milo Trove.
Making his debut, Milo Drover fighting out of CMA in Brisbane. He trains under Kyle Reba, Chikara Martial Arts, which I mentioned. He's had 2 mod title fights. He's a BJJ white belt in his debut, which most of them are, but it's fantastic to see Beatdown Promotions consistently delivering exciting fight cards, and a significant factor is the inclusion of debut fighters. These athletes bringing a unique energy to the cage. They're often showcasing a blend of raw talent and a burning desire to just prove themselves. Like I said, it's such an addition to the card. Having these guys opening the card, it's almost like they've got a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Sometimes that nervous energy of a debut fight
and now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is David Nekamia.
David Nekamia on debut as well, fighting out of Integrated MMA in Brisbane. And to continue from before what we were talking about, debut fighters, they usually haven't developed a signature style yet, but this lack of predictability, it can lead to dynamic performances with fighters freely utilising their entire skill set. I mean, it's all offense. They don't really care about the defense too much, and it makes for fantastic fights. It's the mistakes in fights. Sometimes it's the bad decisions in fights that make them so exciting. I love the unpredictability of these debut fighters squaring up. They contribute to Beatdown's reputation for thrilling shows and injecting fresh energy. These boys showcasing their ever-evolving skill set and raising the standard of the sport each time they come out. Let's see if these boys are going to showcase that strong win or lose mentality, leading to exciting displays of aggression and athleticism, which we just saw in our previous bout as Nekamia makes his way into the cage, and we kick it over to James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout. This one brought to you thanks to MMA Fight Store. We do it in the featherweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner from Brisbane, trained out of the CMA gym, weighed in officially 64.55 kilos. Tonight makes his debut. This is Milo Trove. His opponent standing across in the red corner from Brisbane, trained out of the integrated MMA gym. Weighed in officially 64.75 kilos tonight. Also on debut, make some noise. This is David Referee, third man in the middle, Mr. Peter Hickmott.
Second bout of the evening, sponsored by MMA Fight Store. Now with their convenient Brisbane store open and running, getting quality equipment has never been easier. Head to mmafightstore.com.au to upgrade your MMA gear today. Oh, Nicol is just all right hands early.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he looks very long-limbed. I thought he would keep his distance, and then he just walked Milo down immediately. Awesome.
Drover choosing to grapple, they end up on the cage. Oh, Nicol deep into a takedown. We saw him almost rehearsing that earlier tonight before the doors opened, and he did it pretty much exactly how they had planned. Stacking up Drover. Postured up, gets rid of the legs, lands a hard strike. Isolating that bottom leg with his shin. Very, very difficult position to be in if you're Drover. I mean, you can see how he's reaching up for the hands of Nicol. It's pretty much all he's got to stop these strikes. Huge punch. Nicol just going to work.
Yeah, if I'm Milo Drover here, I'm looking maybe to turtle, even though it's not a great position, but he looks like he's
pretty much in a not great position.
Yeah, he's pretty close to being finished. The ref's keeping a close eye.
Just smothering his Nicol. Not letting him up, whether it's the pressure of strikes or the physical pressure now that he's moved into side control.
Yeah, and if your previous experience is striking and you're still a jiu-jitsu white belt, you haven't grappled a lot, it's a bit soul-breaking to end up here at the bottom of side mount.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially if you're eating hammer fists like that. Very strange how Drover's like lacing that arm over the back, not framing and trying to make space to get up. Nicol uses it to mount, and he's going to work here. It looks like Drover's lost.
Yeah, I think Drover might get finished here. It looks like he doesn't really know exactly what he should be doing to find a way out, and Nicol is just going to keep pounding on his head.
Absolutely.
For the rest of the finish.
Gravity is Nicol's friend. Drover's not defending himself. He's not even moving at this point. He's just throwing his legs up, trying to get them in front, and Nicol just could not care. I personally think that this is pretty much done. I don't see what Drover's going to do from here. He's grabbing onto the arms, but there's nothing doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It looks like the fight's it's almost over.
Peter Hickmott is giving Drover absolutely every chance. It's not that he's out of the fight, but he's not defending himself.
Yeah, there we go.
And he proves us wrong.
Same position as the last fight, into an inside Ashi, a reap.
He could just have been waiting for Nicol to get tired, which at the expense of your own health is very risky. And Nicol just picking up from where he left off in the mount with his leg inside there, but Drover just almost a desperation attempt to get to the leg. It did keep him in the fight. Dominant first round for Nicol. He looks like he's tired, but to be perfectly honest, so does Drover. Very dominant round, as we alluded to, but go to the next gen constructions replay and just all right hands was Nicol. Dominant once he had it on the ground. It's good to see an amateur fighter, especially one making their debut, just going to work on the ground. A lot of the time it's like a no-gi sort of vibe, because that's what you do. You strike when you strike in training, you grapple when you grapple, and it's very difficult to merge the two, but not Nicol. He was absolutely going to work throwing strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job mixing it up.
Let's go. Corner, get that bag, get that ice bag up, please. Bag the ice. Very good.
Nicol versus Drover, round 2. Oh, and another right hand from Nicol. He's found a home for it. Didn't look like it had as much pop, but there's still definitely enough. Drover being a little bit too tentative, shying away from the punches.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. He's also throwing very low kicks at a really close range, which is generally something you can get away with a bit of training, and then when you actually step in the cage for the first time, that's a no-go.
Yeah, guys will just walk through it, which we saw Nakamia do. And he's able to lock up with Drover again and drags him down to the ground. Drover was frozen an arm for a second, looked like he was going for a triangle, but again, it just... Nakamiya's going to do what he wants to do, and that's stack Drover up, get past the legs, and if he can't do that, he's just going to keep hitting him. The onus now is on Drover to do something different.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is exactly what I would do if I'm Nakamiya here. I know the guy can't get up, he can't submit me, and he can't escape if I get mounted, so I'm just going to look to take him down and lay on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? It's the surest path to victory, and it's the safest one, and you can't fault a guy for doing that. Like I said, the onus is on Drover. It's very easy to say, and then you've got a guy like Nakamiya on top of you just absolutely busting your chops. It pays to mention that Nakamiya is in his own corner, which is fantastic for him, terrible for Drover.
Yeah, Drover's corner is yelling out to him to stand up, but it just looks like he doesn't know exactly how to do that or what his goals are here. Maybe a little underprepared just in this department. Probably didn't expect to be here.
Yeah, 100%. That's the vibe I'm getting. He's not getting the feet on the hips, at least actively. I mean, he's not posting out. He could be hip escaping here even, like to try and get up to get onto a hip, to post out. There has been opportunities for him to start building his base to get back up, and he hasn't really taken it. It's like he is playing jiu-jitsu. There. Yeah, it is just some of that, maybe not enough reps, or maybe he could be dazed. You never know. Like, some of these punches could have dazed him. It's very difficult to tell. We can speculate all we want, but what we know for sure is that Nakamiya has found himself in another dominant position.
Yeah, I think sometimes at amateur as well, when you haven't fought a lot, sometimes you can just let the fight get away from you a little bit, and you're just there on the bottom, you're not taking damage, you're like, yeah, I'm all good, and then all of a sudden the fight's done and you've lost a decision.
Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. That self-preservation instinct as well, and working with adrenaline. It's an interesting combo. You've got to think that's 2 rounds in the book for Nakamiya.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drover not looking too impressed with himself. He's going to need a big round in this 3rd round, being able to turn it around. And by a big round, he needs to come back from literally what we're seeing on our screen right now, being stacked, being peppered with shots. I mean, I don't know if that's pepper. That's the whole pepper shaker being thrown at him.
Yeah, that's the full shaker for sure.
Very difficult. And like I said, when he needs a big round, I'm thinking finish. He could be 2 rounds in the hole.
Yeah, for sure. He needs a finish in this round, absolutely.
Very difficult because we haven't seen too much to say that how he's specifically going to do it. Is it going to be on the feet? Nakamiya was throwing those shots with massive intention, driving him into the cage and then dragging him to the ground. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, but in MMA we've seen crazier things. Drover just showing some of that tenacity we want to see from him, and Nakamiya just weathers it and goes, no, mate.
Yeah, smart man.
Yeah, we're going to continue where we left off.
Oh, no. Drover throwing those strikes from the bottom.
Yeah, that energy could be used elsewhere.
Yeah.
Some of these guard positions, like even a half guard or working for a full guard as he was in previous rounds, in MMA you're just pinning yourself.
Yeah, I'd say sometimes in the pro ranks you can get away with striking on the bottom when you can use your elbows, a much shorter weapon and a shorter lever, but on the bottom trying to punch up, it almost never works out for anyone.
Yeah. This position here, you could even see Drover like climb the cage with your feet, or so he's trying to re-guard, but like dig an underhook, work up to your side. He's making life a little bit harder for himself because he is playing jiu-jitsu almost.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's definitely, it kind of looks like a no-gi jiu-jitsu competition, but unfortunately this is not the case. It's MMA.
He throws up the triangle like almost a last-ditch attempt, but Hmer just so postured up all over it, uses it to pass. Very debilitating on the mind, on the body, and the spirit to fight. It's like Hmer has had an answer for absolutely everything. And in this position specifically, I mean, you've got the cage on one side, your head is in the gutter, and you've got Hmer trying to crack you on the other.
And Trove is expending so much energy to try and re-guard once Hmer passes. But again, in MMA, it doesn't even help you that much. You can still get punched at the bottom of guard.
I'd argue that this is worse. He's getting stacked now. Look at the angle of his head against the cage. Some more big shots from Hmer. When I'm cornering some of my guys or they're grappling, I have this question, and it just reminded me of this position. Like, you'll do something like regard, and I just say to them when I'm cornering, now what?
Yeah.
Now what?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's you've regarded, now what? There we go. As he starts moving up, he needs to get those hips back out again because he's sitting in the gutter. Hmer attacking the neck.
Yeah, props to Hmer for doing a good job. He's never letting Drover get up. He's just relentless. Every time he tries to get up, he just like crunches his head or picks a leg up.
Yep. It's really astute, and I think it's a lot of that integrated MMA, just that being such a dynasty of like fantastic fighters that have come through there. There's just this culture of they know exactly what they're doing, and knowing what they're doing. Hmer hits him with a three-piece combo right at the end of the round. A fantastic showing of heart from Drover, and a well-rounded set of skills from Hmer, who undoubtedly took this fight by the horns. Did exactly what he needed to do. He got the respect from his coach, Adrian Pang, just there. That was huge. Fantastic showing by Milo Drover, at least in the heart department. As we go back to our replay, another takedown after those big kicks from Drover. He wanted to be back in the fight, but Hmer was having none of it. In these positions where Drover found himself stuck, Hmer made the most of it. Truly, truly dominant. You want to talk about fight IQ for someone making his debut? I don't reckon David Hmer made a single mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. He played it exactly right. I guess fight IQ, it's you and it's your corner, and he would have been getting the right advice. Don't change what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. All smiles from Hmer.
Good boy.
For good reason. Before the announcement has even come, he seems very confident.
Hold on, both of you.
And with that, we move over to James O'Shea to let our debut fighters take the centre stage and read the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our two fighters here. And a big thanks to our sponsor of this bout, MMA Fight Store. We go to the judges' scorecards, and we have 30 to 26, 30 to 26, and 30 to 27, all to your winner by unanimous decision. And it goes to the red corner, David Hmer.
About what we expected. Actually, two judges granting a 10-8 round. I can definitely see it. I can definitely see it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe a little bit too early for Milo Drover, but props to him for stepping in. But yeah, just missing a few tools on the bottom there.
Yeah, it definitely makes it hard, but sometimes it takes that little spurring on of something like this to really go, okay, I need to take a serious look at my grappling. I need to take a look at these types of things. I need to look at my strategy, and then being able to develop from there. But fantastic showing from David Hmer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next fight on our big card here tonight. Hope you're enjoying all of the action from wonderful Eatons Hill, and also if you're tuning in at home via YouTube, enjoying all of the action. This is another sold-out show here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is Beatdown 6, presented to you by Beatdown Promotions. Our next fight brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. It's in the lightweight division. First of all, making his way to the cage, this is Ted Handlin.
Ted Handlin making his debut, fighting out of Integrated MMA on the Sunshine Coast. He's an ex-Army guy with a big following in the crowd. Training under BJJ black belt Rob Graffita. Everyone coming out to support Ted. And you can hear the loyalty emanating from the stands and the seats in attendance. You got to think the particular skills and attributes he gained and honed in the military definitely play a factor. Things like discipline, work ethic, mental toughness, as well as what is integral to a fight camp, but you never see on the night. The days and the nights of camaraderie with teammates, providing the bodies to make a debut possible. He looks very, very calm as he goes through our checkpoint. It's great, isn't it, having like a bunch of teammates fighting on the same card as you, the integrated MMA Sunshine Coast team.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Jay Oani.
Jay Oani 0-1, fighting out of the DTV Academy on the Gold Coast. He lost his debut by unanimous decision on Beatdown Promotions in 2023. However, training under UFC veteran Dylan Andrews, you've got to think he's implementing the much-needed restitutions to be able to come back in and be more competitive in this fight. His showing in the last outing was good, but he was out-grappled and frustrated by a great opponent who implemented his game plan against Oani pretty much from the get-go. So this is definitely redemption time for Oani. Taking that sour outing and turning it into something sweet by getting his hand raised here tonight. As mentioned, with a coach like UFC vet Dylan Andrews in his corner, this is a clash of two promising upcomers. Ted Handlin just staring him down even from the cage. I know you guys at home can't see it, but you'll see it in a second. It's intense. Oani looks ready to go. And as Oani makes his way into the cage, it's time to get it happening with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to the two fighters. This one brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. We do it in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. Weighed in officially 69.9 kilos. Travels to us tonight from the Sunshine Coast, where he's trained out of the integrated MMA gym. Tonight makes his debut. Make some noise. This is Ted Handlin. And his opponent standing across in the red corner. Tip the scale, 70 kilos at Nate. From the Gold Coast, trained out of the DTV Academy Gym. Fight number 2 tonight, looking for win number 1. Give it up, make some noise. This is Jay Oani. Referee, Mr. Nathan Waters.
This fight proudly brought to you by Next Gen Construction. Whether you're building a custom home or completing renovations and extensions, Next Gen offers amazing service and quality throughout. Follow Next Gen Constructions on Instagram at nxtgen.construction. Big leg kick from Handlin early. He's putting those jerky feints in, and Ioni's biting on a bunch of them. Another huge leg kick. Waiting for some activity from Oani, who seems to be biding his time. Handlin just displaying these kicks early. His chin's straight up in the air. And Oani, like we said, biding his time, just looking for that chin. Handlin looking a little bit stiff, but those kicks are just thunderous.
Yeah, a bit stiff, but also he just keeps punching. He's just chipping away. And if this keeps going for the whole round, then it's Handlin's round.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oani just being perhaps a little too patient. He's looking for that big shot by the looks of it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jake. It looks like he's waiting for Handlin to make a mistake, walk onto something and catch him.
Oani fighting with his mouth open. He can't be tired this early in the fight. don't want to be cracked with your mouth open. You can see that one hobbled him. He switches stance.
Yeah, I'm surprised Oani hasn't tried to check any of these yet because Handlin is whopping them in.
And another one on the other side. He's hitting him right above the knee as well. It's a fantastic targeting from Handlin. And Oani chooses to engage now. He needs to do more of that. Love how Handlin's going to the body.
Your leg kick on the get-up. That's awesome.
Big knee from Oani. He's got the respect of Handlin now. Handlin using the double forearms guard. Again, he goes to the body. I love it. See if you can build off it, go body head. You can see the reaction there from Handlin. He's starting to really respect these shots of Oani, especially after that kick. Ooh, that one hit knee. Open stance. Handlin in southpaw, that kick on the open side becomes huge. You can kick to the leg, you can kick to the body, you can send it up high, which could be something that Handlin's looking for.
Yeah, Handlin's shots are impressive for an amateur. They just land with a thick, like a thud every time.
It's those thuds that just, it's literally the noise of all the power transferring into the meat of the leg. The slap, very audible. It's not so much what you want. You want that thud because they're just eating all of it. It's just that baseball bat to the leg. There's that kick on the open side. Oani gives him a nod. Another knee. Oani seems to have him exactly where he wanted him. What a great round. Shaping up to be a fantastic fight. There were a few times there where Handlin could have been in a dominant position on the ground. He was stood over Oani at one point, let him up, leg kicked him, like you said, on the get-up, and he caught another kick as well and could have went into the grappling, chose not to. It looks like this is going to be a stand-up fight.
Yeah, Oani, he's doing a good job when he goes for it. I think maybe just waiting a little bit too much on the outside, and that's really playing into giving Handlin a big advantage. The legs are going to feel cooked in the next round. They're going to be sore.
Yeah, 100%. The very rare times that Oani got his jab off, it was actually beautiful. It was very crisp. It was right where he needed to be positionally. He was at a perfect distance. It might be something that he needs to look forward to doing in this second and third round.
You ready? You ready? Let's go!
Round two. Oani versus Handlin. Straight back to it is Handlin. Why you can't fault him? Go for it. Like you said, at some point, even if you're not checking him, like when he kicks, go. Oh, catches that kick, throws the lead hand over the top.
Yeah, I'm sure Oani would have just gotten the appropriate corner advice to not just wait on the outside. And I'm sure we'll see him be a bit more active now.
Buckled that leg in a little bit just then. Oani just been so stoic in the face of all these kicks to the leg. It's very difficult to communicate it to the people that haven't eaten a leg kick, let alone 16 leg kicks.
Yeah.
Like, he probably won't be walking tomorrow. That's the only way to, like, describe it.
Yeah, no way.
It's so debilitating. He's fine now. His adrenaline's pumping. He's in the midst of a fight because he's got that fight or flight response happening and the adrenaline's keeping up. But like, there's another one. It's like tomorrow he won't be walking, or at least he won't be walking well.
Yeah, it's going to be purple tomorrow. You can already see, actually, he's got those long kind of tights on under his pants, but you can see it hanging down the bottom of his quad above his knee. It's already starting to swell and go red.
Oh, and a 1-2. From Handlin, he's almost got Oani so worried about these leg kicks that he's able to throw that two-piece onto the top, and Oani sends one back. It's like he's fine leg kicking and going first doing that. Oani has a burst, and then Handlin like almost wakes up and is like, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said before, I mean, Handlin, his guard's pretty open and his chin's high. If Oani looks to throw as the kick's coming, that might work a bit better for him.
Absolutely. Because he's not doing anything. He's not defending them, and he's not offensively giving Handlin something to respect while he's kicking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a general rule, if you're not going to check the kick, you're at least going to throw a punch as they throw their kick, right? But if you opt for neither, your leg's going to explode.
You're eating kicks. It's in your future. Look, even here, Oani, no feints, no jabs. Like, he's asking to be kicked in the legs again. There we go. And Handlin respects it. He respected that right-hand feint. Nice.
It can be hard sometimes to make that feint game work if you're not throwing enough. If you're feinting more than you're actually throwing, sometimes it just doesn't work for you, especially at a lower level where people just respect the feints a bit less.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just empty threats at that point because feints don't set up punches. I think punches set up feints.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and a right hand from Handlin. Oh, you hear that shot to the body? That was just shin to the belly. Whoa, you could hear and see the corner of Oani just telling him to go. And it was like Handlin took the advice and said, all right, if you don't, I will. Wow, just turned around that round. When Oani goes, he's finding his target. And there's Handlin again, just taking offense almost to any time that Oani throws at him and sends it straight back. There's that 1-2. Handlin just wading in.
Yeah, like you said, he's almost just waking Handlin up. When he goes good and he wakes his opponent up, and then he gets caught with another gigantic leg kick.
Moving into the third round. This is huge. It really is. It's similar to our two previous fights of the night. It is a juncture point where you're like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What is this round going to comprise of? Are you going to do more of the same and hope for the best? Or are you going to take your corner's advice? Are you going to be able to turn this thing around? Oh, and a beautiful stiff jab from Handlin. Goes back to those probing shots. The jab, the leg kicks, and Oani just choosing to shell up now. It's almost a reversal of roles. Very, very strange that Oani's just such a dynamic striker and he just went in for a takedown. Like, are you really going to take him down and sub him in this round? Possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow Oani has gotten blood on me. I don't know how. He's so far away. How did he do that?
That's a tradition for us, man. I said it before the show. If we didn't get blood on us at the commentator's booth, it's bad luck.
That's how you know Handlin's shots sting. The blood traveled like 3 meters.
Oh, easily. Oh, yeah, you can really see that nose leaking now, and that's from that stiff jab of Handlin. I got to feel that, like, Oani's doing good things to defend, but defense is its own reward. If you slip your head, if you parry a punch, you don't, if you're a judge, you don't pick that up. You've got to make something of that. He's making Handlin miss, and there's opportunities to go here. And the one going is just Handlin. Fantastic. That's what Oani needs to do, not just shell up, but throw. Get that respect back. Because he is a fantastic striker. He's incredibly quick. He's got a lot of pop in his shots. And speaking of pop in his shots, Handlin now turning it on. I wouldn't mind seeing him go back to the body and up to the head again. But he's getting zealous. Maybe overzealous, but that could be what it takes to finish this fight. With under a minute left. If you're Oani, the pressure is seriously on.
Interesting how Handlin never really throws combos.
Yeah.
He just throws massive singles and it's working for him.
That's a really good point. It's scary, funnily enough.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're that guy and there's this guy just throwing lumps at you, it's weirdly more intimidating. The contingent in the crowd for Handlin just making himself known. Again, it was like one from Handlin, but there's just so much pop in him. I was going to say, if he goes back to the body here, there's a home for any of these shots. Oani just finding that little bit of what was left in the tank and letting it go.
Oani is a tough man.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Those are some thunderous single shots by him, and probably the way he strikes, that's why it's so powerful, because he doesn't throw combos. Everything is full body commitment, and it just lands with that thud.
Yeah, 100%. It was like the effort of like lifting weights, like, but they were punches and they were strikes, and they just absolutely lit up Oani's head. Not to mention his legs. That was a great debut fight for him. It looks like he's found his little niche in the fighter that he wants to be. I wouldn't change it up too much. He's like a tank.
Yeah, it's interesting how he kind of just started with those single leg kicks, worked great, and then just swapped to the single straight punches, and it continued to work great for him.
And with that, we pass it over to James O'Shea for our official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both fighters. You certainly were entertained by them here tonight. This one, a big thanks to our fight sponsor here, Next Gen. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards. All three scored about 30-27. Your winner by unanimous decision, and it goes to the blue corner, Handlin!
And as expected, Handlin takes it away. Fantastic show of sportsmanship between these two boys. Oani probably needs to get ice packs on those legs ASAP. And just elated in victory is Handlin. As we said, just a fantastic culture of fighting in integrated MMA, no matter which gym you're at, on the Sunshine Coast or in Brisbane. They just breed these fighters that they don't really make mistakes. They kind of stay in their wheelhouse. They don't do anything that's too out of the ordinary. It's just very much meat and potato stuff, but you dominate fights with it. A fantastic showing from Handlin there.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along in our card, our next bout, we do it in the super lightweight division. And this one brought to you with thanks to Confidential Tax and Business Service. Let's bring out the two fighters. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, this is James Beera.
James Beera, 1-0, fighting out of MMA FFT in Sydney. And we've got to bring this up. He moved his camp a week and a half before the fight to train under Renato Subotic, a highly popular coach, and for good reason. I mean, his systems for MMA are lighting up Instagram as his students are lighting up opponents. I'm not sure why the last minute switch in camp, like 10 days out from a fight, but Beera steps into the Beatdown Promotions cage with a renewed focus and fresh training environment. This last minute change might raise eyebrows, but those familiar with Subotic's innovative systems of fighting, showcased by his students' recent victories, I mean, you can understand the potential upside. Definitely strange to change camps this close to a fight.
Yeah, that is bizarre. I mean, maybe... I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, you're obviously looking for something that you weren't getting maybe where you were before. It would be my guess. It could be something different, but that's my guess, right?
We can speculate all we want, but we're going to find out as Beera looks ultimately confident and makes his way into the cage.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Sebastian Wood.
Sebastian Wood's on debut, looking pumped. Fighting out of Courage Training Centre in Townsville, Australia. A super healthy mix of experience, going 6-3, combined boxing and Thai boxing record. A BJJ blue belt under coach and Australian MMA OG Ian Bone. And I love it when amateurs have this kind of backing from taking striking fights, grappling and levelling up. They have this respect for the game of MMA and putting it all together, because these are the guys that go pro and suddenly they have a breakout fight or 2 or 5. And you think, I'm glad I saw this guy early on, this guy that did the striking, that competed in those arts, that leveled up his grappling, really took the time and effort to put all the things that he needs to do to create this strong MMA foundation before he even steps into the cage.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to see someone coming from Courage Training Center under Ian Bone underprepared. They always know what they're doing in all departments.
And as we turn to the cage for our introductions with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our card. It is brought to you proudly with thanks to Confidential Tax and Business Service. This one in the super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. From Sydney, trained out of the MMA FFT gym. Weighing officially 74.15 kilos. 1 fight for 1 win. Makes a noise. This is James Beera. And his opponent standing across in the red corner, weighed in officially 74.35 kilos. Travel source tonight from Townsville, trained out of the Courage Training Centre on debut. Makes a noise. This is Sebastian Wood. The third man in the middle, Mr. Phil Cassidy.
This bout brought to you by Confidential Tax and Business Services. See the team at CTBS for all tax, finance and business accounting and advice. Head to ctbs.net.au for more information on how CTBS can help your business. And immediately we're straight into it.
Looked like maybe a little slip there from Bet Piero.
Bet Piero making no mistake about how he wants this fight to go. Grappling up against the cage, and it was interesting to see the big smile on Wood's face leading into this matchup, and that's not too different from the boys at Courage Training Centre. It's almost like before they fight, they walk out with a smile on their face. It's like they've asked the girl out and she said yes. But this is just their thing. This is just what Coach Ian Bone ingrains into these guys. This is what we train for. Might as well be happy about it. Beautiful. Woods being able to turn the steering wheel and get Beera against the cage, lands some dirty boxing. Hits the thigh, especially when they're turning out defending, trying to use their hips to turn you out. It actually exposes that inner leg, and that knee is huge. It hurts so bad. The boys jockeying for position. Double unders for Beera. And he uses them. He drags Wood down to the mat.
Yeah, great use of the double underhooks there. That was an awesome takedown.
Postures up. Woods uses it. Gives up the body lock, but he makes his way back to his feet. See if he can break that lock. Looks very composed. As does Beera. He knows what he wants to do before he does it.
Yeah, Beera, he has the Thai tattoos, he's got the Thai boxing shorts on. Quite a cunning ruse to come into the cage and then grapple immediately.
He got those tattoos just to psych out Woods, is that what you're trying to say? And then he comes out with just some fantastic wrestling.
Well, he fooled me.
Oh, and another huge one.
Nice.
He reverses the position, takes it away from the cage. From trying to break him down one side, twists and takes him the other. I love the work rate from both guys. Woods not giving up on anything, being able to get back to his feet. And Beera just knowing what he wants and getting after it. It's so much of fighting is that. If you know where you want the fight, you know how to get there, just go.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. Beera definitely looks like he's got a bit of a clear system in his head of how he wants to approach the wrestle, and he's doing a good job implementing it.
Woods by no means giving up. I'd say 90% of this round, these guys' foreheads have just been grinding into each other, whether it's on the ground or it is on the feet. Maybe the first, open strike zone.
Yeah.
Great round from both guys. Very evenly matched. Fantastic grappling from Beera, but you can just see how Woods is not disheveled at all. Like physically, like even mentally, you can tell that he's just still in it. It was a very hard round, a hard-fought round for both of these guys.
Yeah, Wood's still looking really composed. If I'm in Woods' corner, I'm probably telling him to try and utilize that whizzer kick, Uchimata, because they spent a lot of time there with Beera working with that underhook. And you can get caught there if you don't know how to off-balance your partner.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like one underhook minimum for Beera. He wanted that constantly, even having the double underhooks sometimes. It's a position that you just can't be stagnant in because bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like we saw, right? You pummel double underhooks and then you get taken down.
Beera just loving it. As we head into round 2. Touch of gloves to the boys. Beera now trying to open up. 2 power side attacks. Wood checks that kick. And again, Beera just showing that those tattoos are for real. Wow, goes downstairs for the leg kick, throws that right hand. As soon as he gets him thinking about the strike, and he just dives on the legs.
Yeah, that was awesome. He's very unpredictable. He continues to surprise me.
And the way he was throwing those strikes, I mean, it was super composed. He wasn't throwing too much into it, but he absolutely had bad intentions.
Yeah, for sure. There's a very dangerous position now for Sebastian Woods because if his hand gets trapped behind his back, we see this all the time now. It's extremely hard to get out. Same problem here. If his legs get trapped, if they get wedged around the legs of Beera. Yeah, nice. It's very hard to stand back up now. You can't put your feet on the floor, you can't use your legs, and you can't hip escape.
You can see, it's very difficult for you guys to see at home, but the hand of Beera is just laced. You can see it there. It's around the back. And to your point, Jaden, if he can get that hand under the back in that handcuff, this is a horrible position. With the legs triangle, with that handcuff on, he doesn't even need it. He's just reverted back to the head control, that head post and the underhook.
Yeah, that triangle around the legs, it's going to be a huge problem for Sebastian Woods, especially while they don't look too sweaty yet. They look pretty dry, and it can be very hard to get your legs out of that position.
You can see Beera almost with the ability to creep up there, but why would you?
Yeah, he's got that arm trap now.
Yeah, you can see the handcuff now. Woods almost one option just to turn over or eat punches. And he's eating punches as he turns over.
Yeah, it really is one of the ultimate dilemma attacks in MMA because there's no way out. You just have to get smoked no matter which way you go. Looks like Woods opted to have his back taken instead of keep getting hit.
I don't blame him at all. Like still a dominant position for Beera, but nowhere near as bad. You can't get any of those same punches off if you're Beera, and technically Beera is on the bottom now. Still a good position to be. Absolutely a position where he can sink in a submission. Woods all over it, but definitely better than being cracked and having that handcuff and your legs triangled. Crushing the jaw. So uncomfortable. You can see the veins popping out of the head of Woods. He's grinning and bearing it. You can see him just trying to release any of this pressure on his head.
It can be so hard to pummel that choke in and get your hands in there in these MMA gloves. They don't look big, but when you're trying to lock the strangle, it feels like 2 bricks attached to your hands.
Another great round from Beera. Woods being on the receiving end of a lot of it just goes, good job. They breed him differently in Townsville. If you're Beera, it just looked like he had everything that he wanted in that round. His striking was fantastic when he got Woods down and he got into a dominant position. That was huge. It was just all attack. Once it was on the ground, yet again, it was all attack.
Yeah, kind of the same story as our last few fights. It's starting to look a little bit one-sided at this point, so I'm interested to see what Sebastian Woods tries to make happen in the final round.
And you can't put it down to like matchmaking or anything like that. It's literally the guy sees something in the first round and he takes off. He sees a path to victory and he goes to work and it just cracks that thing wide open. Oh, big shot. As Beera was shooting, thinks nothing of it and continues the exact same plan that he had, and that was to get Woods up against the cage, if not get him down. Woods been super heavy on that overhook.
Yeah, his corner's calling out for it. I believe they're calling for a knee, if I can hear correctly.
The fact they're asking for that weight on that overhook just goes to show the corner knows exactly what's going on. It's what we were talking about earlier. The story for Beera has just been dominant with that underhook. So being able to get Woods to address it early and often is definitely going to work in his favour. Beera abandons it, but still drops down into the legs, trying to pull the hips out. Woods just doing everything to stay upright. Oh, and Beera finally getting me down.
Yeah, great work by Beera. It's definitely the most high percentage takedown against the fence is the locked hands double leg, and once the legs come together like that, it's almost impossible to stop.
Beera just not giving up. Woods digging in that underhook almost. Finally gets himself into a dominant position, able to turn Beera around. Let's see what he can do from here, because it's going to have to be pretty significant with a minute on the clock left. Both corners very vocal, and understandably so. Woods able to break him down, if not momentarily. Fingers in the cage for Beera.
Yeah, great work by Sebastian Woods to kind of turn it around. It's just a question of, does he have enough time now to try and claw the fight back, which I don't think he does, but he's doing great work now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something pretty spectacular with 15 seconds left, and looks like he's capable of it. Beera just noticing that and choosing to grapple again. Eliminate that space and eliminate the ability for Woods to be able to throw anything significant to take the fight away. Woo! That was really good. That was a fantastic showing from Beera. Woods just showing the heart of a lion, never gave up. Especially in the face of grappling. I mean, you can be in a striking fight, your adrenaline goes, you can get pieced up. There's something debilitating about being out-grappled. Especially from a guy who knows what he wants and he knows how to get it, like Beera. We just saw it there with the double leg takedown. We saw him landing these shots very, very close, within clinching range.
Yeah, props to Sebastian Woods. He really never took his foot off the gas. He was working to try and recover position the entire fight.
Looking like Beera could go again. Asking us how that was. Good. Seems very confident in himself and for great reason. Both the boys showing a bit of personality with that MMA FFT flag over Beera. Coach Ian Bone handing his best over to Sebastian Woods. Both fighters doing their gym proud as we hand it over to James O'Shea for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for both of our fighters. Again, another fantastic battle. This one brought to you thanks to Confidential Tax and Business Service. We go to the judges' scorecards. And the judges scored this contest 29-28, 29-28 and 30-27, all to your winner by unanimous decision. And it goes to the blue corner, James Beera.
Beera pretty much as expected. Took the fight away, did it with his grappling, did it with that constant pressure. Now that switch in camp is starting to make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the difference maker for him. I wonder if all that grappling work, he learned that in just a singular week.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing and I didn't say it. It'd be funny, but it just been like, all right, we're going to be hitting double legs for 10 days. If you don't like it, there's the door. Fantastic showing from James Beera, who takes out the win over Sebastian Woods.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along in our card here tonight, we move on to the next bout. This one is brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. We do it in the lightweight division. Making his way to the cage, first of all, to fight out of the blue corner. This is Mohammad.
Mohammad 1-1, fighting out of Alpha MMA in Newcastle, Australia. Training under Ben Cook in Newcastle alongside KO artist Ken Biliamu. If you know who that is, you know how spectacular a fighter he is. You know what he brings, let alone in the training room. Mohammad's 1-1 record might not scream dominance, but both his win and loss were first round stoppages by strikes. It tells you a story of how he comes to take you out at his own expense and is willing to put it all on the line, which we as fans and people in attendance and you guys at home, we all get to benefit from. But the question is, will he be the hammer or the nail against McGrath? It's hard to say, but one thing's for sure, with Mohammad in the cage, there's always the potential for a first rounder. And he's guaranteed to leave the crowd buzzing, and only one fighter with their hand raised.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is McGrath.
Oh man, I'm finding it so hard not to sing. McGrath 1-0, fighting out of Base Training Centre here in Brisbane. Trains under UFC and Ryzen veteran Damian Brown. His MMA debut was a 38-second KO. And what we just said about Mohammad could be true for the firepower of McGrath. His last outing was a huge finish by strikes in just the first round. And what better way to complement the style of Mohammad than to present an opponent that'll indulge him in the exchanges, not run from the power, and the intentions to end it, but meet it head on and give us all what we came here for. And that's a spectacular fight between two young guns with a whole lot of power and willingness to show it off. And with the tension building, we get ourselves ready for this matchup with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our card. This one brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. We do it in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. Travels to us tonight from Newcastle, trained out of the Alpha MMA gym. Weighed in officially 70.7 kilos. To the cage, a record of 2 fights for 1 win and 1 loss. This is Mohammad. And his opponent standing across in the red corner. From right here in Brisbane, the River City, he's trained out of the Base Training Centre. Weighed in officially 70.1 kilos. 1 fight for 1 win. Brisbane, make some noise. This is McCarthy. Referee third man in the middle, Mr. Nathan Waters.
Back up. Right.
This bout brought to you by Next Gen Construction. Whether you're building a custom home or completing renovations and extensions, Next Gen offers amazing service and great quality throughout. Follow Next Gen Construction on Instagram at nextgen.construction. And immediately we're stuck into the action in yet another fantastic amateur bout by the looks of it. And young guns we alluded to earlier, that's exactly what we're looking at as they fire early.
Yeah, quick start from the boys.
Mohammad just dominating this clinch. Not giving McGrath a single inch to breathe or work with.
I think for McGrath, when you're in those early kind of fights and you get a lot of success with a certain technique, you know, you finish someone fast in the first round, you're going to look to do the same thing the next time you compete. It's just that positive feedback loop.
They break. And immediately you see McGrath just almost measuring for that shot. Oh! But it looked to be that Mohammad landed the biggest shot there.
Yeah, you're definitely right, though. He's just looking for that right hand. Hey, he's just trying to measure it up.
Mohammad. Oh, he lands it. Mohammad eats it like a sandwich. Oh, gets the body lock, is able to take McGrath down.
Still grounded.
Huge shot as McGrath standing.
McGrath looking pretty unfazed, though.
I mean, if you're training with the guys at base training center, you've got to imagine you've been grinded against the cage and you've been taken down and been zapped like this before. But if Mohammad could do this for a significant portion of the fight, it's going to take away the will of even the most arduous fighters. And if you're Mohammad and you know that McGrath is capable of those big thunderous shots, you can't fold him for this. This is, again, it's the surest path to victory. And the onus is on McGrath to do something about it. Electing to give up his back here. Drapes the arm back over.
Looks to me like McGrath is mostly... Oh, well, there you go. Never mind. I was going to say it looks like he's mostly interested in breaking off and trying to strike, but he proved me wrong.
Mohammad doing it. It's almost like he's in a southpaw stance. It's a check hook. So that's a lead hand, but with his right hand, and he's hit it twice more.
Yeah, 2 times in a row. 3.
And again. So it's definitely something they're prepared for. McGrath eating all of it, but sends one back. You almost know what Mohammad's going to do now. He's just been spamming that. It's like when my little brother had the PlayStation controller and just smacking that same thing that works over and over again. But to be perfectly honest, it landed nearly every time.
Yeah, you can't fold it. If the opponent doesn't take advantage of you throwing the same thing again and again and again, just do it.
That early slip from Mohammad. And there's the hook. Another hook from the other side, but there you can just see it. And it's fantastic because he's angling out as he's doing it. See if he can build off that check hook because he's getting the angle, he's doing everything right. See if he can throw a big left hand or a left kick on the end of it from that southpaw stance.
Yeah, Mohammad playing with the hands quite low. Generally, people, they don't like it, but sometimes it makes it harder to see the punches coming when they fly up from the hips.
Second round in this amateur matchup. It'll be interesting to see what adjustments. It's almost like Mohammad throws them like jabs. It's like it's his go-to.
Yeah, he's really just... Well, beautiful takedown by Mohammad. He's really just trying to walk McGrath onto the shots, and it's working really well for him.
And immediately into the mount. You're seeing that leg defense again. He gets out the back door, gets almost a cat dog position, and he's back up again. Mohammad breathing kind of heavy with his mouth open. Be interesting to see if McGrath can set some of these up, and he just waded into that check hook. The modus operandi for Mohammad here is just fade back, throw a hook. Doesn't matter which side it's on now.
Yeah, I'm surprised McGrath hasn't attempted a shot yet to go for a takedown, even just one time to try and take advantage of those counter punches.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because you kind of know what Mohammad's going to do. You know he's going to plant his feet, fades back, plants his feet and hooks. He does it again. Again, he's fading back. even to kick the legs as he's fading back, because you know where those legs are going to be, and they're definitely not checking. Big one goes high, but hits the arm.
Looks like McGrath's lost a little bit of that spring in his step, but not in his shoulders and hips.
Yeah, absolutely. The corner just calling for McGrath to set it up. And why? Because Mohammad's going almost straight back. He's going back into his left. Now as he finds himself in an orthodox stance. Oh, and there it is. But even there, you can see how McGrath's following him. He's not really cutting him off too much. He's cutting straight lines, and then he's trying to follow Mohammad around.
Yeah, arguably not technically perfect, but very exciting for us to watch.
It's almost like McGrath needs 2 moves before he throws the punch he wants to punt. Like, he needs to throw a jab and then either follow with a second jab or feint and jab and then go. He's going, do the first thing, do the second thing, where it almost needs to be 3 things. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like there,
absolutely.
just 1, 2, and now he's like too close, and Mohammad just fades. It's almost like feint and jab, or jab, jab, then do the thing that you wanted to do, because Mohammad is fading constantly, and if he fades out to create distance like that, eventually he's going to put himself against the cage, and then McGrath can land those shots. Big knee. McGrath just shelling up here. Throws back almost out of obligation, and look at the power that Mohammad's putting into these shots. Huge.
Yeah, Mohammad's definitely a well-conditioned athlete. I mean, sometimes it doesn't look like it at home, but moving around the cage like that, throwing those check hooks and just dancing around the whole round, it's exhausting.
Oh, 100%. Your adrenaline is just going through the roof. And here's more of that action. Kai McGrath is able to find some of those shots and being able to get those shots off. But they were few and far between. Mohammad going walkabout. He's putting his shirt on. Surely the fight's not over. And it looks like it's been called off in between rounds. So not sure what's happened here, guys, as we've gone through to the end of the second round. Looks like we've called an end to the fight, and I'm sure that it is within good reason. The safety of the fight is always paramount. We can speculate about it all we want, but we're going to kick it over to James O'Shea in just a moment as the officials and judges cage side deliberate. And we move to James O'Shea in the cage for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both of our fighters, and a big thank you to Next Gen. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the second round, so the red corner retires their fighter. So, you winner by TKO from the blue corner, Mohammad.
And Mohammad takes it. Remember, retirement from the red corner. It really was a great showing by Mohammad. He was dominant in the grappling. He got those takedowns, got those body lock takedowns, dragged McGrath to the mat. Got into mount, did a lot of work from mount, did fantastically, especially with that southpaw check hook that we alluded to. And he did enough to cause the retirement. We can speculate about all we want, but the fighter's safety is paramount as we roll on to our next fight with James O'Shea.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing out the fighters for the next bout on our big card here tonight. This one, we do it in the featherweight division. This one brought to you with thanks to CTBS. Introducing to you first, making his way to the cage to fight out of the blue corner. This is Tommy Macheski.
Tommy Macheski, 1-0, fighting at a Lions Den Academy in Sydney, Australia. Training under veteran coach Luke Pizzuti at Lions Den. After a unanimous decision victory in his debut, Macheski returns this time to the Beatdown Promotions cage, and he's hungry for more. He's honed his skills under the watchful eye of Luke Pizzuti, as mentioned, but Macheski is a well-rounded young fighter with a taste for success, and his appetite just seems to be only growing. He has an access to a wealth of experience and knowledge at Lions Den, and especially with his coach Luke Pizzuti's reputation for developing well-rounded fighters, this more than suggests we might see Macheski further refine his existing skill set or unveil new weapons during this next outing here tonight. This is a fantastic clash of gyms, of reputable gyms, as Lions Den takes on Tribal MMA.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Michael Hmer.
Michael Hmer 1-0, similar to Macheski, fighting out of Tribal MMA on the Sunshine Coast. With Connor Birch and coached by Paul Birch, he has a unique striking style that keeps opponent on their toes. He has his irky, jerky movements and frequent use of feints, and they let Hmer excel at creating reads and exploiting openings through misdirection. It's really, really interesting to watch. And it's a very fun style that accentuates his ability to work from the outside. He puts out lots of activity, whether it's his feet, head or hands, even huge kicks. There's always something moving. And he's as game as anything and fights like it. I definitely like this matchup between two boys who come out of the gates with successful debuts, but it's a 1-0 affair from both of these guys, and someone's O has to go as Lions Den takes on Tribal MMA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our card, again sponsored by CTBS. We do it in the featherweight division, undefeated versus undefeated. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner, from Sydney, New South Wales, trained out of the Lions Den Academy, weighed in officially 66.15 kilos. One fight for one win. This is Tommy Macheski. His opponent standing across in the red corner, from the Sunshine Coast, trained out of the Tribal MMA gym, weighed in officially 65.7 kilos. Also brings to the cage a record, one fight for one win. Give it up, this is Michael Hmer. Referee, third man. In the middle, Mr. Peter Hickmott.
This bout is proudly brought to you by Confidential Tax and Business Services. See the team at CDBS for all tax, finance, and business accounting and advice. Head to cdbs.net.au for more information on how CDBS can help your business. Macheski versus Hmer. Macheski only throwing kicks on the get-go. And he hits that shot. It's almost like a little bit of a flavour from the Lions Den guys. They throw those kicks, they get you to respect the kicks, and then they just dive on the hips. It's almost like there's something there that they've seen, and it seems to work.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said at the start, Jake, like the Lions Den boys generally come in like very well-rounded. They don't usually look like just a striker or just a grappler. They do a great job mixing it together.
It's exactly what Macheski's done very early on. He's earned the respect of Hmer, who finds himself back onto his feet. The workmanship in doing so is considerable, because Macheski's just been all over him this whole time. It's difficult to describe what this is like, doing this sort of cage work. It's kind of like lifting weights that are trying to punch you in the face. You can imagine how much that sucks, and that's exactly what Hmer's going through. You can just tell Macheski knows what he's doing. He's constantly compromising that base of Hmer.
Yeah, Hmer did a good job just there, pummeling his underhook back in. He separates.
Hmer just getting back on the jab. Big counter hook from Macheski. Macheski just putting everything into it. That's the beauty of, if you know you want to go for the takedown, you can just kind of wing these shots. And then as soon as they fire back to try and counter, you can just dive on the hips. MMA is 100% its own thing.
Yeah.
If you showed that to a boxing coach, he'd have an aneurysm.
Absolutely.
Macheski upgrading, taking the back. Bit of claret on the face of Hmer, looks to be on the eyebrow.
It looks like Macheski's now playing for the submission a bit more rather than the ground and pound. Looks like he's interested in finishing that submission.
Interested indeed. That looks to be under the chin. Hmer takes away the support hand. It's difficult to see from where we are. That's still absolutely under the chin. He could have changed to a different grip. Oh, and the blood just spurting out of the eyebrow of Hmer. He's got that locked in. He's squeezing. And Hmer just not giving up, just giving himself every opportunity to stay in the fight. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, great work by Hmer. Just stayed calm there and managed to pull that hand back down.
That's seriously impressive. He had every opportunity to be out of that fight. Like, in Turtle, you can see the blood just gushing out of your own head, getting strangled. Still doesn't give up. Just absolutely does the right thing, stays composed, gets rid of the support hand for the choke, stays in the fight, and lives to fight another round. As we go to our next gen replay, there's that shot. It's so deep from Macheski. Hmer just staying in the pocket. He almost posed for a little bit too long. Macheski able to get the takedown and immediately go to work. Strong round for Macheski. We'll see how Hmer responds. Getting a little bit of attention on that eye, and rightly so. It looks like it can drip into the eye, can cause major problems, but fantastic job from the medical team. Looks like we're ready for round number 2. Macheski versus Hmer. Both boys at 1-0.
Do it again.
Oh, a huge right hand. Hmer's on ice skates. Oh, and another one. He seems to have enough within him to not go down even now. And right as I say that, a huge takedown. Macheski takes him down in Hmer's own corner.
Yeah, great work by Macheski. I would say maybe a small mistake. I think he could have gotten the finish there. Hmer was definitely hurt. But, I mean, to end up on top in this position is a pretty good outcome.
When he's staying the course, this is exactly what he wanted to do in the first round. He's got more of it, but I agree. If he's wobbled, there's always another opportunity to hit that shot. There's not a lot of more opportunities unless you make them to crack your guy and get him that wobble. But he's doing the work. Macheski's going for it. Hmer not giving up. He hears the warnings from veteran referee Peter Hickmott. He does exactly what he asks. Tells him to move, he does that. Macheski now looking to get another choke happening. And even while he doesn't, he goes back to work.
Yeah, he was starting to look a little bit, he was looking a bit spacey there. He almost looked like he was kind of out sitting on his butt, but he looks okay now. He counters with his own takedown.
Desperation shot almost just to get Macheski thinking about anything but hitting him.
Macheski looks a lot bigger than...
Yeah. You're not wrong. He's got that super wide back. He's got those tree trunk legs. It'll be interesting to see how much weight he sort of cuts, but it is a consideration. We're not just fanboying over him.
Oh, I mean, the man's got a great physique.
But it does, and you feel that sometimes. You could weigh the same, but there's a different density in muscle. There's a different way that you can use that sort of muscle, and the way that you cut weight and do these types of things, it creates a massive amount of horsepower, and that disparity can be huge in a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he's got it under the chin. It looks kind of shallow. The angle's not quite there.
Hmer does a great job just pulling that top hand down. It's so close, and he just manages to pull the hand down and prevent the strangle being locked.
Oh, and with the body lock and under the chin, Macheski with the squeeze is able to get the submission.
Let's go!
Man, Hmer did so much to stay in that fight, and he did a fantastic job. Macheski just would not be denied. And it hits different. When they've got that body triangle on you, and they're squeezing that body triangle, and they put that choke on you, it just sucks. It's horrible.
Especially after a round or two of more of the same, it gets old fast.
Yeah, absolutely. We can just see Macheski going to work against Hmer, throwing those big shots, postured up, raining those punches down, doing absolutely everything he can to get Hmer out of there, and he finally does it. As we head back into the cage with James O'Shea for our official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get set to make this one official. We'll get our two fighters to the center cage here on this one. Big thank you to Confidential Tax and Business Services. Put your hands together for both fighters, ladies and gentlemen. Again, another great fight on our card here tonight. But at 2 minutes 30 of round number 2, your winner by submission and still undefeated to the blue corner, Tommy Macheski.
Tommy Macheski remains undefeated in a fairly dominant performance. He showed fantastic striking on the feet. He showed his grappling prowess. Such a solid foundation. These guys are created at Lionsden Academy in Sydney.
Yeah, great performance by Macheski for especially only his second fight. Looks super dominant.
And as we roll on to our next bout, we kick it to James O'Shea again in the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along in our big card here tonight. Hope you're enjoying all of the action for the wonderful Eatons Hill Hotel. And if you're tuning in from home, of course, via YouTube, this is Beatdown 6 here from the wonderful Eatons Hill. Next fight on our card is brought to you with thanks to Fran's Hydroponics. We do it in the bantamweight division. Let's bring out the two fighters first of all. Blue corner, this is Kobe Woodley.
Kobe Wood Lynch making his debut, fighting out of Courage Training Centre in Townsville. This 11-3 Muay Thai vet, which is crazy to say because he's making his debut. He brings a balanced skill set to the cage, honed under the guidance of Aussie MMA vet Ian Bones. And Bones' expertise will be key as Wood Lynch transitions his Muay Thai dominance into the complexities of MMA. Wood Lynch's foundation is in Muay Thai as mentioned, but where his record speaks volumes is about his proficiency in striking. And his skill set doesn't stop there. He's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which adds depth to his game, making him a threat on both the feet and the ground. And I'm expecting that Wood Lynch is going to be a force in MMA, let alone here tonight. With his striking base and quickly developing grappling skills, he's primed to make a strong impression. And that all starts with Daniel Matheson here tonight.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Daniel Matheson.
In the name of Jesus, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against me judgment thou shalt condemn. Lord, give me a sign, for this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and the righteousness is of me, said the Lord.
Daniel Matheson 1-1, fighting out of the DTV Academy on the Gold Coast. Fresh off a dominant victory by ground and pound strikes in his beatdown debut, Matheson is looking to build momentum with a second straight win. He already displays a knack for grappling, but it was his fan-friendly striking that shone bright while it lasted, as that victory was early in the first. And what's exciting about guys like this is they're only getting better. And while his striking is continually developing under UFC veteran Dylan Andrews, he's constantly improving all aspects of his MMA game. As he gets his final checks before entering the cage against Kobe Wood Lynch. And as mentioned before about Woodlynch and his striking prowess, this will be an interesting matchup as Matheson makes no bones about where he wants to fight, and that is in the stand-up. And with that, we turn it over to James O'Shea to get us started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to the two fighters in the cage. For this bout, we do it in the bantamweight division. This one proudly brought to you by our sponsor, Franz Hydroponics. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. Travels to us tonight from Townsville, trained out of the Courage Training Centre. Tip the scales, ready to roll, 61.7 kilos tonight. Makes his debut. This is Kobe Woodley. His opponent standing across in the red corner. From the Gold Coast, trained out of the DTV Academy Gym. Tip the scale, 60.95 kilos. Brings to the cage 2 fights, 1 win and 1 loss. Give it up, this is Daniel Matheson! Referee, third man in the middle of the action, Mr. Nathan Waters.
This fight proudly brought to you by Franz Hydroponics. See the team at Franz Hydroponics to set up your garden for success. Their friendly experts will guide you every step of the way.
Ready?
Head to franzhydroponics.com.au for more information. Kobe Woodlynch versus Daniel Matheson. Immediately, you can just see the comfortability in both boys straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. Both boys look really composed.
It's crazy how tall Matheson is.
Yeah, for a bantamweight, super long legs as well, and he's utilizing them with the kicks.
Oh, you can just hear the thud when Woodlynch does it. Matheson, pretty smartly, might I add, he goes in for the shot, kills the range and tries to get down. Woodlynch, who's definitely at ease on the feet, not so much on the ground, but we did say he's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Makes him more than adequate in some of these situations. Chooses to regard, but still staying active.
Looks like he's trying to set up a triangle there. He's trying to wedge one of the hands inside his legs, and if he can do so, generally you're able to lock a triangle, like a strangle, with your legs. But Matheson's doing a great job just keeping his head close and stacking him against the fence, making that pretty much impossible for now.
Yeah, it's almost using that guard against you, isn't it? It's taking those hips and just driving them in. So while you feel safe that you can sort of keep your opponent or have an idea where your opponent is, it's actually, you're getting crushed.
Yeah, like we talked about in one of the previous fights, it's not always worth it putting all that effort in just to recover your guard, because if you don't get the finish with that submission, you end up spending all round on the bottom. Matheson's reached all the way around with his tight waist and trapped Woodlynch's arm.
It's a pretty interesting position, isn't it?
Yeah, look for Matheson, I think, to let go eventually with his right hand and start striking.
It looks like that's what he's trying to do here, but Woodlynch is all over it. How long if you're the referee, how long them hanging here do you look about breaking them up? Because we really haven't seen too much.
Yeah, I think Woodlynch's pretty smart here. He probably knows he's not in the best position, so he's kind of just turned away, made it really hard for him to get hit in that compromised position.
Could be banking on the referee to do something about it.
Let's work, guys.
Not too much to say about this position. He's got that, Matheson has that handcuff. Woodlynch has the guard still in play, and he's been stacked, but
yeah, it might be a better position if elbows were allowed in the pro ranks, but it may be hard for him to punch with that right arm.
Yeah. Definitely an odd position at the end of a round that showed some great striking in the beginnings of it. I mean, you have to give that to Matheson just for the positional dominance, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. But Woodlynch still looks completely fine. He looks still very composed, and it doesn't look like it's affected him much at all.
To go to the replay, here's the takedown from Matheson. Elevating the hips and just getting Woodlynch to the ground. And as we cut to that position, could be one in the bank for Matheson. We'll see how Woodley responds as we move into round 2.
Are you ready? You ready? Go!
Both boys just adamant to get into the middle of the cage and get this thing happening again. I like those feints by Matheson. He's definitely staying at his range. You can even see that Woodley is trying to time when he gets close enough, but it's few and far between.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. You can almost see the distance in reach.
And Woodley was ready for that one, and Matheson just powers through.
Yeah, interesting that Matheson chose to shoot in that position. I guess because he had success in the previous round, it makes sense. But it definitely looks like he has the advantage on the feet just because he's so long.
And holding on to that overhook on the other side, it seems to be working against Woodley. He's unable to swivel himself out. Oh, the gloves caught, that's why. He's able to get himself back up. Matheson just holding us so tight, just dominating with that forehead, that head control, head post. Making life miserable for Woodley. Matheson absolutely knows what he needs to do. He's doing a great job. At every turn when Woodley tries to do something, he's mitigating his escapes. And Woodley is really having to work here.
Yeah, Woodley is doing a good job like holding off Matheson's attacks, but he's not really countering there. He's bearing down great on the whizzer, and he's stopping the takedown, but he just needs to make a little reversal happen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Matheson, you can see him just straining to get any sort of takedown happening. He's taking the initiative and taking it away from Woodley.
I think sometimes, very rarely, sometimes I think if you're the attacker in this situation, you can actually gas yourself out trying to finish someone who has a really good base and good fundamentals to defend. Oh, nice ninja choke by Woodley. That looks very tight.
That looks super tight.
This might be over.
I mean, especially as Matheson was just more than willing to drop down to the ground to try and take some of it off. Woodley likes it. He's still holding on.
Yeah, he's still just cranking on that neck.
A horrible, horrible position. Even if you spin around, there's just so much pressure still.
Yeah, great work by Woodley. I mean, he really made me eat my words there. He eventually countered. Maybe he was trying to set that up the whole time, and it worked great for him.
If you're Woodley, do you seek to let go and just maintain the dominant position? And that's exactly what it looks like he's doing, but he wants to stand, make no bones about it. But in doing so, he gave Matheson a chance to just get all over him again. Another particularly difficult round because you got to think about like the things that transpired. It was good for Matheson. He had a takedown, he had dominant control, but then who was closer to finishing the fight? You've got to think that it was Woodley. You got that choke in, then Matheson gets out of it and attacks again.
Yeah, absolutely. That figure four guillotine or ninja choke is so tight. I'm actually quite surprised that Matheson didn't go to sleep. He must have been just able to find some space in there.
And as we go to our replay, you can just see Matheson doggedly getting after it. Woodley just snuck that thing in. It was a massive surprise to Matheson. You could tell by his reaction and just how deep it was. He had to respect it. And he had to take some of that pressure off, even if it meant giving up position.
Yeah, he definitely made the right move conceding to his back there. If he didn't, I think that would have been the fight over.
Let's go. Let's go. Get out of here. Step back. Ready. Marty, you ready? You ready? Last round. Let's go.
Third and final round. Oh. Matheson just getting that kick up to above head height of Woodley with ease. You just see the composure of Woodley. Everything that Matheson throws at him, he just gets out of the way, or he's not phased. He doesn't blink when these strikes are coming. Matheson staying on his bike, using that lead hand, really educated lead hand.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Woodlynch's composure, standing in front of someone with such a big reach advantage, especially with the legs. He's doing a great job not trying to close the distance and not just getting picked off on the outside, which is a mistake heaps of people make.
Yeah, tons of composure. It's great to see. 11-3 in Muay Thai. I mean, that'll do it. And it's very difficult if you know that a guy like, even a taller guy than you, if you blitz and you know he wants to take you down, it's like you sit on those shots and he knows where to find your hips. Big shot from Woodlynch. A shot back in the form of a takedown from Matheson, but entirely too far out. Court kick sends one back. There's Woodlynch. This could be this round. The boys have got the grappling out of the way. It looks like they're settling in. A lot of pity-patter from Matheson, but not too much of it seems to be with bad intentions.
Yeah, he's kind of moved away from what he was doing before. Oh, trying to get in on that takedown, although it looked like he was attempting one just there and kind of slipped.
Woodlynch lands a decent right over the top. I'm not sure about this takedown. He definitely sees something that he likes.
Yeah, the hands are locked. I think he's going to be able to finish this one. Nice.
He does. He gets Matheson down. Passes into a half guard, which isn't much of a guard at all in MMA, but Matheson makes something of it.
Yeah, good work by Woodlynch to keep smothering him. Matheson was almost about to get up with that whizzer, and he just managed to cover his head with his hips.
Breaks him down onto a hip again. Woodlynch got a little bit greedy there. We've under 30 seconds in the round. As we said before, it's a very difficult one to call. You've got to think, no matter what, you're going to let this thing go for broke. And if you Woodlynch, I would have thought they would have been on the feet. And he finds himself on his feet while Matheson is still down, hitting him with shots, and Matheson manages to get a bit of a statement in that single leg takedown right at the end of the fight. Cannot call it, cannot call it. Interesting fight, fantastic showing, fantastic matchup and matchmaking from both of these boys. Matheson just showing that range of skills. He was able to hold his own on the feet, he was able to hit his takedowns, he was able to do the grappling. As we go to our next gen constructions replay, Woodlynch trying to get into range on the much rangier fighter. He did find his own shots, and literally shoots for a takedown in this final round and goes to work with these shots, but it's Matheson who ended up getting the single leg. As our judges deliberate, I don't envy them at all.
You have to give some credit to Woodlynch's corner. He's got the very dreamy, beat-down veteran Declan Wolfenden in his corner.
Absolutely. And with the third and final round done, we turn it over to James O'Shea for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both of our fighters here. What a fight that one was. And a big thank you to Franz Hydroponics, our sponsor here. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards. All three judges scored about 29 to 28, all to your winner by unanimous decision. And it goes to the red corner, Daniel Matheson!
And Daniel Matheson takes it. Just the range of skills, what he was able to apply. Big kicks, big takedowns, big control as well. But honestly, a fantastically matched fight, as Woodlynch was never out of the fight, not even for a minute. But Matheson just being able to get to his spots, getting more done, having a little bit more success in the fight more consistently than Woodley, and it's enough to give him the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along in our card, next bout here. This time we do it in the super lightweight division, and this one is brought to you with thanks again to CTBS. Introducing the two fighters. First of all, fighting out of the blue corner, this is Patrick McCarthy.
Patrick McCarthy, 1-0, fighting under Kyle Reaver at Chikara Martial Arts. He's a BJJ purple belt with one modified Thai rules fight. McCarthy comes into this bout with a strong foundation in BJJ. With the purple belt, as we mentioned, having tested his striking in that Thai rules fight. But it's time to showcase his well-rounded skill set. We're eager to see how McCarthy translates his experience to the MMA stage for the second time tonight. Because the amateurs that have that bit of experience, but still their chip on their shoulder and that willingness to prove themselves at the detriment of their own well-being, it makes for such a fun fight. And that's what I'm expecting from both McCarthy and Quinn.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Hmer Quinn.
Hmer Quinn, 2-1 out of integrated MMA in Brisbane. He boasts a record of 2-1, having previously strung together 2 consecutive victories. And training out of integrated MMA with a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Sometimes with a gym, that blue belt just hits different, and integrated is definitely one of those. We always talk about how prepared these guys are before they come out. He matches that blue belt against the purple of McCarthy. But I like to think the punches and the dynamics of striking on the feet can nullify a lot of that skill discrepancy in grappling. And Quinn has the cage time to back that fact up. Let's see as he's determined to get back on track and to showcase his well-rounded skill set here tonight. And without further ado, we kick it to James O'Shea for the fighter introductions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our card. This one brought to you with thanks to Confidential Tax Business Services. We do it in the super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. From right here in Brisbane, the River City, trained out of the CMA gym, weighted officially 74.7 kilos, one fight for one win. This is Patrick McCarthy! And his opponent standing across in the red corner. From Brisbane, trained out of the integrated MMA gym. Weighed in officially 75.25 kilos. Record to date, 3 fights, 2 wins and the 1 loss. This is Hmer Quinn! Referee in charge of the action, Mr. Phil Cassidy.
This bout proudly brought to you by Confidential Tax Services. See the team at CTBS for all tax, finance and business accounting and advice. Head to ctbs.net.au for more information on how CTBS can help your business. And immediately, McCarthy throwing that kick up on the inside and Hmer just getting after it with strikes on the feet. There's those feints. Big shot over the top. McCarthy tries to send one back, but Hmer's gone. I love how Quinn is just dropping levels and giving those looks and then coming back with the overhand.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. That's tricky. It had me fooled. I thought he was going to shoot as well. That's awesome.
Oh, and a big hook there from McCarthy. I like what both of them are doing. It's very strange. Yep. Quinn just going up and down into the body, but you'll see that McCarthy's timing him when he goes and feints low and he comes back up. He's hitting with jabs, he's hitting with hooks. He took that side kick out as Quinn was trying to drop down.
Yeah, awesome strategy from both boys. I like what Quinn's doing as well. McCarthy's kicking a lot.
Just exchanging kicks there. I like these types of matchups because it'll look competitive like this for a time, and then you'll see somebody start to tear ahead, and then maybe somebody will come back. They'll find something, a crack that they can open up, or they'll get some corner advice in between rounds, and you'll see somebody start to let them go. McCarthy smartly looking for that lead uppercut as Quinn's dropping his head down. Back into an open stance matchup.
Yeah, I think Quinn is doing the right thing against someone who likes to kick a lot. He's looking to level change it and throw that big punch on the way in.
Big one to the body. Those boys holding their guard high until they aren't. And then it's mostly when they're throwing at each other, which is the pivotal time to hit someone. McCarthy does just that with a little hook. Oh, and he goes high. You can see the small guard there. Quinn almost opting for using his forearms on his body in case the kick went there, but it went high.
Yeah, Quinn seemed to be pretty unfazed by that head kick, which is surprising because it looked like it landed very clean.
Quinn really putting all his eggs in the basket for that big overhand right, but he's almost out of range. He needs to set it up. He's almost gone away from setting anything up. And a big shot right as I say that. Man, you can hear that. McCarthy not biting on a single feint. Wow, what a great round. Really back and forth. Brilliantly matched. Quinn just trying to get the respect of McCarthy with those huge shots. McCarthy did not look phased. Both guys getting in the pocket, hitting big kicks, giving each other the nod. Neither of them wilting either. As soon as somebody got something happening, the other one was just responding, and it was usually with numbers. Bang, bang, bang. Quinn seeking to take the initiative more so than McCarthy, but McCarthy having more than enough answers and never looked in trouble. As we head into the second round, this definitely looks to be a striking affair. I'm here for it. Round two. McCarthy versus Quinn. Quinn says, I saw that one coming. Managed to check the kick just in time. From the southpaw stance, fires his own but goes to the body. I like that a lot, and he goes over the top. Changes back into southpaw again. Everything he does, McCarthy doesn't look too phased. He eats one there, but even then, puts his guard up, looks to like come back immediately.
Yeah, it looks to me like Quinn just needs to get a little bit closer. Sometimes when he's throwing that massive punch and he's engaging, sometimes he's just like a little bit too far away.
It's almost that second move again. Feint and jab and go, double jab and go.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. I think that second phase attack would help Quinn massively, like right there.
Yeah, he did it there, and he did it again. He's finding his range now. It's always that half step more than you think, and in MMA, that's huge. That is huge. Huge kick after he caught the leg. And even after all that, it looks like McCarthy is exactly the same as the first round. Looks completely composed.
Yeah, very stoic. It seems like he's probably thrown more kicks than he's thrown punches, which you almost never see in MMA.
It's like even he's eaten a bunch of kicks and some hard punches as he lands one there on Quinn, but even his style hasn't changed. And right as I say that, the entire fight changes shape.
Yeah, great work by Quinn. It can be hard to time the shot on someone who kicks a lot. Sometimes you end up shooting into their knee, but Quinn timed it, got under the punch. Awesome work.
And he's showing a little bit of urgency straight away. McCarthy choosing to go to guard, but again, he's almost trapped himself against the cage. Trying to put a submission attempt up. With both arms in, it's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw previously with Trove in a similar, same gyms, pitted up against one another, same bout. just re-guarding it, it might not always be the best option. If the guy on top's willing to just sit in your guard and chip away, especially with your head wedged up against the fence where you can't move your head, you can't move your hips, that round's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to take the initiative. You need to get in the driver's seat if you're the guy at the bottom. You need to sweep, you need to submit, or you need to get up. Not necessarily in that order. I usually think that submission is the very last thing that you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes re-guarding it, like you mentioned before, it does more harm than good very often. You wedge your hips in place and you can't stand back up.
You do see it so much. You see guys like fight for something with their guard, and it'll take them a minute and a half, and then they get the submission attempt up and they defend it and they pass your guard, which is pretty much what we're seeing right now.
Exactly.
And you're like, man,
you called it.
Like, that's a whole round. That is a whole round.
Yeah, Quinn did a great job there taking advantage of that takedown.
Once he got into that position, once he got on top, it was pretty much the story of the round. Quinn securing the takedown, going to the body and then over the top. I love that. That is fantastic. And instead of hitting that overhand, he finally hits the shot, and he just makes so good on it because he set it up. Passes the guard of McCarthy. Establishes that dominant position. He just looked so comfortable there. He looked comfortable everywhere on the ground. And that's what we were talking about, the purple belt versus the blue belt. And the blue belt, just with the strikes involved, you just got to control and punch, and that's exactly what he did.
Alright guys, round 3, we ready, let's fight!
Third round of McCarthy versus Quinn. Back up on the feet where McCarthy seems to be the most comfortable.
I have a feeling after that success Quinn had in the last round with that takedown, I think there's a very high chance he's going to try the same thing again.
Yeah, it's almost a matter of time. He's throwing those big, powerful single shots, which usually tells me that they're going to psych their opponent out a bit and make them really, really react to these shots. And whoa, what a reaction that was from the chin of Quinn, as McCarthy's hand just bounces off it. But usually you get these big reactions from your opponent. It's so that you can do a big move, which is a shot or a takedown. You're using your whole body, you're driving into them. You almost want to dull their response. Oh, and Quinn almost dulling the senses of McCarthy as he hits another big overhand right.
Great work by Quinn, taking advantage of those kind of like those small kicks, just chipping away on the lead leg.
Little tie hop from Quinn, and it works. Oh, and another overhand. The overhand from Quinn, it's landing, but it's a little bit wide. It's almost landing around the chin area. You want to, I tell my guys, you want to punch him in the face, not the head. Especially with that big overhand. When you've got the shoulder there and a lot of bone because they're turning away, you almost got to cut over the shoulder or cut in front with that overhand. Oh, and a beautiful body shot. You can see the pink and the swelling on the liver side of McCarthy.
Yeah, that was beautiful by Quinn. Great work just staying composed.
I don't want to say it's never a bad idea to go to the body, but man, it's hardly ever a bad idea to go to the body. It's always there. Guys move their heads, they're doing all this other stuff. The body's almost always there. And another big shot down the pipe for Quinn. I want to see more of this activity from McCarthy because the fight's getting away from him a little bit. Quinn just being able to tee off almost at will because he knows McCarthy's going to be there. Oh, McCarthy firing from way out of range. And Quinn makes him pay. And he goes body, head. McCarthy just with not enough activity and not getting the respect of Quinn, who's able to set up overhands from almost any side now. And finally we see it, Jayden. He drives in, eats those hips up and just pulls them off the cage.
Corner of Quinn there just had their hands up. I'm pretty sure they're under the impression they've now won this fight, and I would generally agree with them.
It could be the nail in the coffin, that's for sure. And again, half guard, it's almost like you pin that hip to the ground for yourself. Sure, he's got his guard back, but what now? With 10 seconds left in the fight, super difficult, and Quinn just trying to open him up. Wow. It's as we said, these first rounds, these strikers get a read on each other, they find something that they like and they just put the pedal down, and that's exactly what Quinn did. Eamon Quinn just showing that 2-1, possibly moving to a 3-1 as he hit so many of those overhand rights, and he put the groundwork in earlier on, dropping his level, throwing those overhands, and was able to culminate and go into the body and go into the head. But more importantly, he was able to culminate and dropping down into those shots. It really took the wind out of the sails of McCarthy. As you can see, McCarthy, he's on wobbly legs walking over there, and that's from the leg kicks, I think, of Quinn, because he was just putting absolutely everything into every kick, every punch.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work by Quinn to not rush and get frustrated in the first round there, and he stayed calm and then managed to snowball the last 2 rounds.
And as we move to the cage for our official decision with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get our 2 fighters to centre cage. Put your hands together for both fighters. And this one, a big thank you brought to you by CTBS. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and your judges see them out this way. 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28, all to your victor by unanimous decision. And it goes to the red corner, Eamon Quinn!
No surprises there. Eamon Quinn takes it, moving to 3-1. The integrated MMA product. Making good, especially in the grappling department. It's fantastic to see. He had a lot of fighter IQ that you don't really see in a fighter with such a small amount of experience in the grander scheme of things. Even when he was having success on his feet, it wasn't enough. He needed that success in the grappling, and he really, really took the fight away from Patrick McCarthy. Congratulations to Eamon Quinn taking the victory here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving along in our card here tonight, the next bout on our program is in the lightweight division, and it's brought to you with thanks to Franz Hydroponics, bringing out the 2 fighters to centre cage. First of all, fighting out of the blue corner, this is Joshua O'Brien.
Joshua O'Brien, 2-2, fighting out of a rival gym in Castle Hill, Sydney, Australia. I mean, where to begin with that 54-second KO in his last fight on Beatdown Promotions. I don't think he blinked the whole time on his walkout. Every single shot he threw was a kill shot, and he was composed after landing a huge uppercut from below. Turned that into hitting an overhand over the top as his opponent was falling. I mean, it was awesome. He just shows this crazy killer instinct. And training under Commonwealth Games wrestler and vet of MMA himself, Shane Parker, it makes total sense. He's only ever won by finish, attributed by strikes. And with a decision loss in his last bout, you've got to think he wants the rush of another stoppage victory to outweigh his losses on his 2-2 record.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Max Davidson.
Max Davidson, 3-0. Fighting out of the Fight Centre in Brisbane. Looking to keep his undefeated streak alive. And training under Muay Thai World Champion and MMA athlete Ben Johnston. If I had to sum up Max Davidson in one word, it would be tenacious. His pressure, it's not just feints and footwork, although he's capable of it. It's getting in your face and landing. Whether it's at range in close or hands-on in the clinch. He's shown us not only that, but he's capable of ending fights from there too. And with an opponent like Josh O'Brien, who's coming off a loss and hungry for redemption, this could be the dark horse fight of the card, and the one fans will be talking about after the fact. I mean, Josh O'Brien, absolute killer instinct that I spoke about before. Max Davidson, training under Muay Thai world champions, 3-0. For me, this is the dark horse fight of the night, as we hand it over to James O'Shea to get us started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to this bout on our card is brought to you with thanks to Franz Hydroponics. We do it in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner, travels to us tonight from Sydney, New South Wales. He's trained out of the rival gym at Castle Hill. He weighed in officially 70.6 kilos. Brings to the cage a record 4 fights, 2 wins and 2 losses. Give it up, this is Joshua O'Brien! And his opponent standing across in the red corner from Brisbane, the River City, trained out of the Fight Centre gym. Weighed in officially 70.2 kilos. Brings to the cage a record 3 fights, 3 wins, yet to taste defeat. This is Max Davidson! Referee in charge, Mr. Nathan Waters.
Are you ready?
This fight brought to you by Franz Hydroponics. See the team at Franz Hydroponics to set up your garden for success. Their friendly experts will guide you every step of the way. Head to franzhydroponics.com.au for more information. Meaning business immediately.
We're grounded still, we're clear.
I like that by Max, that early grapple. I mean, O'Brien's definitely proved that he's a big threat, especially early in the fight when no one's tired and you're just throwing down in the center of the cage.
And it's smart from Davidson as well. If you've got a guy that's that dangerous, that really likes to get out of the gate and like throwing straight away, to at least give a guy like O'Brien that is that tenacious, that gets after it, just give him that thought of the shot early on. Because that actually opens up the strikes. It's what a lot of guys don't get. You've got to put the fear of the strike in, because then it opens up those other things. And O'Brien just making good on his reputation. You can hear those shots. Davidson keeps his composure, throws a hook out of it.
Yeah, massive shots by O'Brien. Max did a good job countering him there, though.
He sure did, absolutely. A bit of blood on the nose of Davidson, but he looks like he's composed. You can see how O'Brien just, even if he doesn't have something, he just makes it happen. He almost just mongrels his way through it.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to describe it. He just looks strong as well.
Oh, man. O'Brien just doing everything we thought he would.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe bet that Max is going to look to keep grappling a bit, and at least until O'Brien's a bit more worn down and isn't just throwing absolute heat on every punch when they exchange.
It is that case, isn't it? It's almost like weather the storm. Don't try and indulge him too much to put the threat of the takedown in. I like those leg kicks and kicking against O'Brien, who funnily enough shoots in himself.
Yeah, I find that kind of surprising. He was doing a great job on the feet, but he secures the takedown straight into what looks like a half guard.
He takes the points. Oh, and Davidson able to work up to his knees, clasp the hands together, and he takes O'Brien down. That shot from O'Brien now not looking too smart in hindsight.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wrestle up by Max. Good work by him. And this is exactly what he wants now, because if he can stay here for a few minutes and wear O'Brien down, even if he doesn't get the finish, the stand-up is going to be completely different.
Oh, and into mount goes Davidson. He's definitely made the most of his last 30 seconds.
Yeah, just unfortunate for Max that he got this position so late in the round. Bit of a moral victory as well. Hard round to call, but
he at least puts it in the head of O'Brien that he's not going to go away so easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work by Max to weather the storm. Very impressed by that wrestle up at the end there to recover position and kind of maybe recover the round right at the end.
We cut to our next-gen construction replay. You see O'Brien, it was just punches and bunches, wasn't it? Even at his own expense, his defense is offense.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when I saw that. He is someone who's more than happy to take one to give one.
Sometimes it's 2 or 3. We'll see if there's a little shake-up. Still think it was very interesting that O'Brien went in for that shot and went in for that takedown. Round 2. Davidson mincing nothing. Making no bones about where he wants to fight and does exactly that.
Looks like O'Brien's trying to set up a triangle again. We've seen this a few times in the previous fights that you recover the guard, you end up on the bottom and you try and get that triangle, but we haven't seen it work out for anyone yet.
Yeah, it's the Hail Mary, isn't it? It's like the hoping for the big overhand right. It's just that version, but on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not really where O'Brien looks comfortable.
Davidson just listening to all the corner advice, doing exactly what they're asking for. Driving that forehead in, grabbing onto the head even. The more that you do stuff like this, it doesn't seem like much, but Davidson's pummeling, he's grabbing the head. You make O'Brien play into that game and he just stays on the ground. Like, the more that he pummels back, the more that he's thinking about doing, oh, where's my hand position? I need to win inside position. When you do this whole dance, you're just staying on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. You're staying on the ground and you're getting tired, just shuffling and wiggling your hips around and pushing body weight off your chest and shoulders. It doesn't look like much, but over 3 minutes, it adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much nuance to it. Davidson just... You get an inch in this game and you take a mile. It's literally, that's the best metaphor for it.
Yeah, great work by Max to take advantage of the position. I'd like to see Max try and posture up now that he's kind of got O'Brien wedged against the fence, especially at this angle right now. Good angle to start posturing up and landing like really big shots.
I think O'Brien knows it, trying to keep hold of that overhook, and as he loses it, you see those shots fly. Oh, no, O'Brien thinking that he's doing the right thing.
Yeah, good work by both boys. I think both of them are doing the right thing. Max is holding that chest lock. He's looking for a power half Nelson to break O'Brien down.
I love that Davidson, sorry, mate, he went for that chest lock over the seatbelt. You see that so much, and then guys fall over the top.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Great work from both boys, I think, there.
O'Brien feeling like he almost had Davidson over, but if anything, he gets taken back into the grappling realm again. Davidson looks like he's under the chin.
Wow, 10 seconds to go, but it looks deep.
It looks very deep. Oh, and O'Brien. Just that mongrel that we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
He will not leave the night. Whoa. Which is crazy because you consider how that round went for Davidson just then. It was pretty dominant. He's the guy that had the busted nose that was bleeding everywhere in the first round.
Yeah. Really impressive by both boys to just like weather the storm when they're not in their element.
You see O'Brien, he just really doesn't do that well on the back foot. Defensively, like his offense goes out the window as well, and you can see him just really give up those hips because he was leaning away. Man, really good round for Davidson. So close to finishing the fight with that choke. And what we alluded to on the walkout, just that doggedness of O'Brien. It really is an attribute that carries over, not just to aggression, but just that never say die attitude. third and final round. And again, I mean, Davidson's just really found the entry to those shots. It only takes a shot or two to get O'Brien's chin up in the air, and he just exposes those hips. But in saying that, O'Brien turns around the position, turns the tides. Early in the third, postures up and hits a big shot.
This is such a good fight, but it's just so back and forth. Every time I think someone's going to take over, one of the boys reverses it.
Well, and in saying that, it looks like it could be Davidson coming up. He does exactly that.
Smart move by O'Brien to stand up there. I think that was really his chance right there. He had to make it happen, otherwise that could have been the fight over.
100%. 100%. With these short rounds, if you don't make it happen then and there, I mean, it's so easy to just feel this round just get taken away from you, literally. Breaks and strikes, I love it. Davidson just, timed that well. And he's unable to sprawl. You can just see the perfect locking of the hands, especially positionally in that sweet spot. Not quite behind the knees, not quite behind the hips.
Yeah, absolutely great work by Max. When he gets into that double, he locks the hand straight away, and it's so hard to defend at that point.
This is exactly what you want to see. It's the exact opposite from O'Brien, like what we've seen before, about guys just pulling guard and hanging in these guards and putting up triangles. It's like, man, just get up. It takes one punch. You can turn this whole thing around with one punch. But that one punch isn't going to happen from your guard.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Great work by O'Brien, and he counters with his own takedown. So close on the double unders, but he just misses it. Head's not in a good position now, and he gets returned to the floor. It's going to be so hard for him to finish that. His corner's calling for head on the outside. They don't want his head trapped in between the legs there.
You can almost feel it, hey? It's that, oh man, I got to go again. And Davidson knows it too. Davidson knows it. He's just pulling the legs out, which kind of sucks. But you've got to think about where all the weight for O'Brien is lifting. He's lifting up from the hips up. And you can see now that he's almost lost a lot of that willingness to continually trying to work back up to his feet.
Yeah, it looked like Max was trying to set up like a side triangle for a moment there, and O'Brien ends up on top.
And Davidson just no quit. Immediately turns it around, wrestles up. Looks like he's going to pass. He does just that. Makes his way in the mountain. What a way to finish the fight.
Yeah, great work by Max.
Just letting him go. Wow, big round. Big round. Just absolutely no quit. And Josh O'Brien, and you love to see that. Even when he was in those positions, he was just getting himself back into his fight. Even if he had to claw his way back into it. He did it 1 foot at a time. Just get your foot to the mat. Just get your hip up. Get up to a knee. Do something. Really refreshing to see, and it's fantastic, man. It's that stuff. It's that never say die stuff that's going to make him do much better later on in his career. Even right now, it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, awesome work from both boys. I like the way Max managed to finish every round in a dominant position, mounted and on the back for the first 2 rounds. So good on him for weathering the storm, especially early. And same for O'Brien, never giving up.
100%, especially against a guy like O'Brien that are just so aggressive, so intimidating. And Davidson just not biting into any of it. He just still did what he needed to do, did what he wanted to do, took the fight away, and it looks like he might have at least won 2 of these rounds. But to find out for sure, the atmosphere's electric. Wait to find out. We're going to head back into the cage with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. We'll get our 2 fighters to centre cage. And a big thank you to Franz Hydroponics. Put your hands together for both fighters here. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve your applause. A fantastic contest. We go to the judges' scorecards. And they score this contest 29-28, 29-28, and 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision. And it goes to the red corner, Max Davidson.
Max Davidson moving to 4-0, continues the unbeaten streak. Does it on behalf of his Fight Centre Brisbane Australia family. As you can see, thanking Muay Thai World Champion Ben Johnston. Even though it was the grappling that got it done here tonight. And as we alluded to before, there was plenty of opportunities for him to have the fight taken away from him. And he didn't buy into any of it. First round, he came out of it bloody, but not defeated. Magnanimous in victory, going 4-0 is Max Davidson. And we head back into the cage to roll on to our next bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the next bout. On our card, this one is brought to you with thanks to Astute Annalie, and this time we do it in the welterweight division. Bringing out the two fighters, first of all, to fight out of the blue corner, this is Liam Buchanan.
Liam Buchanan, 3-0, fighting at a Whit Sunday martial arts in Airlie Beach. Training under UFC veteran and BJJ black belt Anton Zafir. I like Liam Buchanan. He fights smart and technical, but he's willing to put it all on the line. He pushes his chips into the middle of the table, and he stands his ground in exchanges. But in saying that, he's more than capable of mixing it up, changing levels when the opportunity arises, and blasting through his opponent's hips on powerful takedowns to change the pace and the space of the fight. His motive is to keep getting better and put on some wars in the future, and there's no one better to provide him that chance here than Mario Loga.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Mario Loga.
Mario Loga 3-0. His presence is known. Fighting at a base training centre in Brisbane. Undefeated. BJJ blue belt. Training under UFC and Ryzen veteran Damian Brown. In his words, I'm going in there to finish people. I want to chase finishes. No matter where the fight goes, I'll grind it out. It's going to be violent, and you can expect me to leave it all on the line. And that's something we've grown to expect from the Loga brothers. They've shown us nothing different. When he gets in there, he's there to not go tit for tat. He's there to hurt people, and he loves it. And we all know that he's willing to stand there and trade. And at every turn in the lead up to this fight, he's made no mistake, whether it's on social media or to his teammates, he's hungry. And the bout could not come soon enough. And fortunately for himself and for us, it's finally time to get this one underway. As he makes his way into the cage, and the battle of the 3-0 prospects is underway with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to the two fighters here for this bout on our card. This one brought to you with thanks to Astute Annalie, and we do it in the welterweight division. This is the battle of the undefeated prospect. Somebody's O's going to go in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner. Travels to us tonight from Airlie Beach, trained out of the Whitsunday Martial Arts Gym. Weighed in officially, tipped the scale, 77.25 kilos. Brings to the cage a record, 3 fights, 3 wins yet to taste defeat. Give it up, this is Liam Buchanan! His opponent standing across in the red corner for right here in Brisbane, the River City. Trained out of the base training scout. Tip the scales, 77 kilos meat. 3 fights, 3 wins yet to taste defeat. He is Mr. Excitement. Come on, Brisbane, a fan favourite. Give it up. Make some noise. I give you Mario Logan. Referee, third man in the middle, Mr. Peter Hmer.
This bout brought to you by Astute Annaly. Astute Annaly is recommended and used by Beatdown Promotions staff for all things finance, loans and wealth management. For all things finance, give time and a call on 0405 751 173. And immediately, Logan looking for the takedown and striking as Buchanan tries to get up desperately. Look how frantic this is immediately. Buchanan is the one that seals the takedown.
Pick your shots, Liam.
Good control from Loga. Owning the posture at least of Buchanan. And he used it to try to get to his feet. Comes up on an underhook. Loga driving and literally taking him the space of the cage.
There's nothing like a Loga fight, hey.
Literally, immediately.
Yeah, straight to work.
Gets the trip takedown. Hard crossface on Buchanan. And Buchanan just holding the posture and keeping him down. That's like a respect of just being like, this guy's about to throw bombs as soon as I let go. And he does exactly that as Buchanan's trying to get up. Loga sinking the hooks in. He's a little bit off kilter. He goes to those double underhooks that we alluded about in our last fight.
Yeah, smart move by his brother Paul, was calling out double unders there so he doesn't fall off. He stays on the back now, and this is just not where you want to be.
Absolutely
against
not.
Mario Loga, the bottom
Absolutely
of mount.
not. And here he is. Get ready for the shots. Boom! We could hear that one go through the cage. Buchanan just so smart to keep moving.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Like we talked about in all the other fights, he's just getting straight back up, no messing around.
Under the chin. Whoa, the squeeze of Loga. It was almost like a 10-finger choke from the back.
Yeah, that is insane. I don't think I've ever seen something like that.
That's crazy impressive. Whoa, did not expect. That was like elbows to hips choke. Like 10-finger grip almost and just squeeze.
Yeah, I want to see the replay.
Crazy. We knew he had power, but man, that strength is being converted into an unorthodox choke like that. So we go back to like the first stanza, which is on immediately. And Loga doing Loga things.
Absolutely.
Under the neck. Like it's like a gable grip choke.
Insane, yeah. Just literally palm to palm over the throat.
And Liam just so like low down. It's usually the thing that you want to do to escape from the back, but I mean, not if Mario Loga has a hold of your neck, I guess. Crazy. Like literally just like a squeeze choke. And he's just like, you tap now. And he was like, okay.
Yeah,
like,
such a power move.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, goodness.
As we kick it back to James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to make this one official. A big thank you to Astute Annaly for sponsoring this bout. Put your hands together for both fighters, please, ladies and gentlemen. And at 1 minute 55 of round number 1, your winner by submission and still undefeated. Give it up, this is red corner, Mario Logan.
Mario Loga moving to 4-0 with an unorthodox choke, sorry. Man, what a frantic fight. Literally, if you heard the words like a frantic, insane first round with Mario Loga and Liam Buchanan involved, you wouldn't think that it would have ended in a sub, but here we are. You would have thought that it would have been a barn burner with one of them landing something crazy and getting the other guy out of there. And listen to that crowd. Nothing but love and respect for Mario Loga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on. In our big card here tonight, hope you're enjoying all of the action from Eatons Hill Hotel on behalf of Damian Brown and Beatdown Promotions. This is Beatdown 6, and now we move to the next fight on our big card here tonight. This one is brought to you with thanks to the MMA Fight Store. We do it in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first to fight out of the blue corner. This is Matt Kindness.
Matt Kindness, 0-1, fighting at a DTV Martial Arts Academy on the Gold Coast. And in the wake of a tough debut loss to the formidable Jackson Ware White, which is nothing to turn your nose up at. I mean, Ware White is an absolute marauder.
Yeah, the man's a savage.
Kindness, he sets his sights on evening his record and securing his first pro win. Despite a late notice call-up for that initial fight, his resilience and his well-rounded skill set are seriously undeniable. I mean, the guy's a tank. And his cauliflower ears hint at the countless grappling exchanges and his relentless work ethic and unwavering drive to push forward. They all stem from his former life as a rugby player. And it's a testament to his mental and physical fortitude. And I mentioned those cauliflower ears that you can see there. It's not an insult. They're like living badges of honour. When you see those things, it's like, I don't know, it's like seeing a red-belly black snake. You just stay away.
Yeah, Kindness especially. Those ears aren't looking too good. He might have to sort that out when MMA's all done.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Max Kelly!
Max Kelly, 1 and 2, fighting at a base training centre in Brisbane. Fresh off a setback in his last fight, Max Kelly is determined to reclaim his winning ways. A decorated enough grappler with a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Damian Brown. He secured a knockout win on Beatdown 5, which showcased his knockout power alongside his well-rounded skill set. And as mentioned, he's honing his craft under the tutelage of renowned coaches like Damian Brown and Aaron Blackie. Kelly is a fighter constantly evolving. But the difficulty in defining Max Kelly lies in his sheer toughness and unrelenting fighting spirit. And both of those things always come at your expense. It's a constant gamble when you fight this guy. You try to grind him down and he'll outlast you. You challenge him on the feet and he's more than willing to unleash a barrage of strikes. It's just fantastic watching him fight. It's the reason why so many people in here are losing it for him. And he hasn't even made his way into the cage yet. His relentless pressure, I mean, it tests the deepest reserves of his opponent's gas tank and pushes them to their absolute limits. For these reasons and more, Max Kelly promises a fight that'll electrify the crowd. And he's done just that by walking out here. And without further ado, we let James O'Shea take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to our two fighters for this contest. It is brought to you with thanks to MMA Fight Store. We do it in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner from the Gold Coast, trained out of the DTV Martial Arts Academy. Weighed in officially 76.55 kilos. Brings to the cage one fight tonight, looking for win number one. Make some noise. This is Matt His opponent standing across in the red corner from Brisbane, the River City, trained out of the base training centre. He weighed in officially 77.45 kilos. Brings to the cage 3 fights, 1 big win, 2 losses. Come on, Brisbane, make some noise. I give you Max Kelly! Referee in charge of the action, Mr. Phil Cassidy.
Our first professional bout of the evening brought to you by MMA Fight Store. Now with their convenient Brisbane store open and running. Getting quality equipment has never been easier. Head to mmafightstore.com.au to upgrade your MMA gear today. Kelly vs. Kindness, our first pro bout of the evening. I like how Kelly just really seamlessly moves between southpaw and orthodox. Gets reads off his opponents from it. Puts out feints, puts out these little pot shots. Kindness now changing position as well. Throws a really big shot. Big 1-2 just absolutely snapped around the head of Kindness. And Kelly's landing bombs. He's rushing it a little bit, but can you blame him?
It's a massive punch landing. And Max Kelly's corner was calling for, I don't know what it means, they were calling for the golden ticket. I don't know what that means. Maybe that was the golden ticket.
Man, it might be the right hand because Max Kelly's found himself in the chocolate factory. Takes a dominant position, riding Kindness, who's absolutely dazed, moves to that power half.
So heavy on the neck of Kindness. It's so hard to stay in that quad potted position with all that weight on the back of your head.
Absolutely brutal. You can see just what it's doing to him. He had to take a knee.
Yeah, it's just not a place you want to stay for long because you end up getting so tired. Your posture's exhausted so early in the fight as well.
And Kelly just riding him. This cooks you. It cooks all your core, cooks your legs, cooks your lungs, and he finds himself under the chin. Look at the squeeze, and he's flattening him out. It's done! Whoa! You have to be here to understand not what this sounds like, but what this feels like. After that Logan win and now this win, this place is it's electrified. I have headphones on and it's that loud.
Yeah, I can hear the crowd through the headset.
Man, I got to ask Damien Brown what the golden ticket was, but that was huge. That was a bang bang, a two-piece 1-2. Puts Kindness down and he swarmed him and then just ground him out. Never ever gave him a chance to get back into the fight. Max Kelly is a problem. Look at that. 1-2. Under the chin. Feeds the squeeze. And that's all she wrote. And that choke just hits different when you're belly down. You get flattened out. I mean, it is the most dominant position to be in. Huge congratulations to Max Kelly as James O'Shea makes it official.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both fighters again here, ladies and gentlemen, and a big thank you to MMA Fight Store. 2 minutes 1 of round number 1. Your winner by submission with a rear naked choke hold going to the red corner, Max Kelly! All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get a few words with our winner. There's nothing quite like the energy of a Max Kelly fight. How'd that feel?
Fucking beautiful! Yeah, no, it felt really good. I felt calm in there. It's been a long time coming that I fight how I train, so it was good.
What's next?
Anything and everything. With base trainers taking over this fucking country.
And finally, what's it mean to hear all these people cheering, the energy you bring into the cage here at Eatons?
It's like nothing else fighting here. I'm fucking blessed. I appreciate all the people who come up here, support all the fighters, but especially me and all the base guys. I appreciate it. I want a big thank you to my beautiful wife, wherever she went. My beautiful wife, my coach, Damo, Aaron, my brother, everyone who's fucking in my corner. I appreciate you all. I love you all. That's fucking huge.
Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. That is Max Kelly.
And Max Kelly just proving his language is as spicy as he's striking. Huge victory. And that's how you want to do it in MMA. Is there anything sweeter than to knock down and choke him out? Max Kelly just displaying that he has everything he needs in his toolkit as he continues to evolve as a pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next bout on our card, the next of our pro contest. This one is in the featherweight division, and this one brought to you with thanks to Franz Hydroponics. Let's bring out the two fighters. First of all, blue corner, please welcome Brody Eady.
1, 2, yeah. Step inside the building and I'm walking like a killer. Looking for the uppers, feeling that no one is iller. Wrapping up the bodies till I'm coming to chiller.
Brody Eade 0-1, fighting out at Alpha MMA in Newcastle, Australia. Training under Ben Cook and alongside KO artist Ken Viliamu, who we spoke about earlier tonight, but it is guys like that where iron sharpens iron, Even though he lost his MMA pro debut to Jaden Binney, who happens to be sitting right next to me in our commentary team, he looks to bounce back. But who better to tell us about him than my other half in the commentary, Mr. Jaden Binney? After riding a 3-fight skid, he has to be hungry to get that hand raised once again.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this fight goes. I think there's a few weaknesses that we've seen a couple of times for Brody, or at least that I saw when I was looking at him for our competition.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Caleb Miller.
Caleb Miller, 1-1, fighting at a base training centre in Brisbane. He's accumulated his experience early, good and bad, which, as an amateur coming into a pro, it's a recipe for success in my book. And now with his striking prowess on display in exciting fights, Miller's focus is on bouncing back from that initial pro setback and establishing himself as a force in a professional cage. And let's not forget Miller's well-rounded skill set extends beyond pure striking. He boasts a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and further solidifies his fighting credentials. And if you add to that 2 kickboxing bouts, an amateur boxing win, and training under the tutelage of renowned coaches like Damian Brown and Aaron Blackie, you've got the makings of a fighter poised for a breakout performance, and that could very well be him here tonight. And as we hand it over to our MC James O'Shea to kick off the fighter introductions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to this bout on our card. It's brought to you with thanks to Franz Hydroponics. We do it in the featherweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner, weighed in officially 66.2 kilos. Travels to us tonight from Newcastle, trained out of the Alpha MMA gym. One fight tonight, looking for win number 1. Give it up, this is Brody Eady. His opponent standing across in the red corner. From Brisbane, the River City, he's trained out of the base training centre. Weighed in officially 65.45 kilos. Brings to the cage a record 2 fights, 1 win and the 1 loss. Make some noise. This is Caleb Miller. Third man in the middle. Referee, Mr. Peter Hickmott.
This professional fight brought to you by Franz Hydroponics. See the team at Franz Hydroponics to set up your garden for success. Their friendly experts will guide you every step of the way. Head to franzhydroponics.com.au for more information. Eid versus Miller. You can just see some of the little subtleties once we move into our pro ranks, can't you? They slide just out of range. They're checking kicks. Oh, and a huge kick up top for Miller. Goes through the guard. Eid choosing to shoot in. He just seems like a powder keg, does Eid. He's so stocky.
Absolutely.
Just ready to explode.
Yeah, I was looking for Caleb, I think, to try and attack the leg kicks. That's generally something I think that would work quite well against Brody. But Brody did a great job closing the distance and getting in on a grapple.
You can tell when somebody's just used to being taken down and standing up. There's almost this like dull disappointment in themselves in their eyes when they stand up. And that's exactly what Caleb Miller was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice chain wrestling by Brody. Caleb's locking the Kimura. Decides to let go of it.
I like what both guys are doing. Brody E just working to get Caleb Miller down and grind him down. And Caleb Miller, as soon as he's going down, he's popping back up again.
Yeah, I think this is smart by Brody. Caleb's such a tenacious striker. You don't really want to get into a scrap with him in the center of the cage.
No, absolutely not. And E doing anything but that. As a guy with a beard, when people try to choke you like that, man, it's infuriating. Especially if they accidentally yank on it, man, it is. You're not getting a Christmas card from me. Eid absolutely going to work.
Yeah, he's doing a great job chaining his wrestle, but I mentioned before, sometimes it can get a bit tiring for the person attacking as well, if you're not efficient with your attacks.
And I love what Miller's doing when he's choosing to do it. He's not waiting to turn his back and give his back up. He's doing it immediately and then closing the door again, so then that opportunity for his back to get taken, it's just gone.
Yeah, definitely smart moves from both boys here.
Working on the single again. We almost saw it again.
Yeah, he's done that. Brody's done that so many times now. He off-balances with the head outside single, and then he jumps on the back. Just can't really make anything happen while he's on the rear body lock other than the knee to the butt, which can do some damage. It can give you a dead glute.
Oh, 100%. You need him. You need him for a fight. I love that. That look behind, just hitting that elbow from Caleb Miller. Why not? Going back to that Kimura grip again.
I think that's a good attack for Caleb. I was surprised he let go of it before. I think it has potential.
Oh, he just diving on his back and then diving on the neck. Didn't maintain control with his legs. This could be under the neck. He looks like he likes it. The angle seems to be off. Yeah, Caleb Miller getting that arm in.
Yeah. It looked. I agree with you. It looked like it was on for a moment, and then Caleb managed to just get his fingers in and get a defensive hand in place on that guillotine.
And again, hits that, gives up his back, gets back to his feet. It's those subtleties and that fight IQ of knowing when to give your back up. If it means that it's worth it, you can get it back up to your feet. It's the stuff that sets these guys apart from the amateurs. Oh, I love that frame. The overhook, that frame, getting into what we call a T-clinch. And if Eid wants to push into that frame, he almost does it at his own detriment.
Yeah, absolutely. Those little slip elbows when you drive into that frame and they just let the elbow slip across your face, it can do so much damage for such a small shot.
And he's gone back to it again. I love it. Really making Eid think about it and change up his attack. And attack is what Miller does in those moments.
Yeah, Brody looked for the lift there, right? It's not a bad idea, but sometimes when that doesn't work, it's so inefficient if you can't finish the takedown. It can be a little bit soul-breaking when you lift someone up and then their feet just hit the ground again.
Yeah, with absolutely nothing to show for it. Bigger rounds, a different pace. It'll be interesting to see if Eid can keep this up for two more.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's set a really high pace for the wrestle in this round.
Oh, huge elbows. As they break right at the end of the round. Eid making no mistake about what he wants to do. He wants this a grappling affair. He wants to be so close to Caleb Miller that Miller can't get any of those insanely dynamic shots off that he's known for. And as we go to the replay, you can just see Eid just trying to jump on any sort of choke. Miller just doing a fantastic job of staying in the fight. He didn't look like he was phased of any of the grappling from Eid.
He didn't look too phased, but you've got to be careful sometimes to not let the fight get away from you. When I've made that mistake before, many times, unfortunately, actually, where you don't feel like you're in danger, so there's no rush, and then all of a sudden, the fight's over.
Yeah, absolutely true. It was definitely a good round for Eid. You'd have to give it to Eid.
All right, Brady, good. Carol, good. Do it again.
Let's see how the story of the fight unfolds as we move into round number 2. You can immediately see the comfortability of Caleb Miller here. Throwing his feint, sorry. Trying a jumping scissor kick. Eid, an ill-timed or ill-thought-of knee there. Just really compromised the base of Miller.
Yeah, it looked like Caleb kind of went down because of the shot, and also kind of just because he lost his balance there and fell onto his butt.
And Eid just showing that he's still got that tenacity and that willingness to wrestle. He looks like he hasn't really slowed down at all.
Yeah, he has really impressive wrestling cardio, although he gets dragged. Nice reversal by Caleb.
Those knees against someone who wants to wrestle or wants to do this real high-octane grappling, huge. There's nothing worse than getting hit by a knee to the body.
Yeah, absolutely. And a sneaky elbow as well by Caleb there. He should definitely look to use more of those. I think that's going to work for him.
It's a funny one. Like, even those knees to the body, it doesn't look like much to you at home, but an okay knee. Oh, Miller reverses it, ends up on top. But an okay knee, it can take you like 30 seconds for you to properly recover from it. And that's not even a bad one.
Yeah, absolutely. Great for Caleb right here. It looked to me like Brody was starting to get a little bit tired on the fence, like we predicted could happen with that high-paced chain wrestling. Caleb's in a really good position now, applying a heavy crossface. It's going to be pretty easy for him to move to mount here, I think.
Yep, you're right. He's just holding onto that half guard across his body for dear life, but it doesn't even seem to be doing too much for him.
Yeah, nice work by Caleb. Just using his top head and arm to move into the mount with a high tripod. Gets behind.
Eid with like the desperation spin. He does it again and it works for him, but he ends up back where Miller wanted to be anyway.
He escapes. Very impressive. Oh, massive elbows for Caleb.
Huge elbows.
Oh, I think he's actually opened up Brody's head there.
Yep, he has.
Yeah, right. Caleb.
Right on the crest of the mohawk.
Nice.
Oh, huge reversal.
Yeah, that's massive for Caleb there, especially after opening Brody up with that elbow on the head.
Eid electing to turn over. Gives up his back. Miller still just going to work. He's peppering him with shots, establishing control, keeping it. And what's even better is that he's using it. Keeping control of the hand of Eid. Hitting him with as many shots as he can as he rises. And even when he does rise, it's back to where Miller wants to be. Eid again.
Same thing again, just that single back to the body lock, for a front body lock or a rear body lock. Seems like he doesn't really mind. He just wants to get in that grapple.
That's exactly right. As long as they're at this range, seems to be it's what Eid wants.
Brody's posture just seems a little bit low. That's why Caleb's able to catch him with those elbows. I call them little, but even though they're not a big elbow, they do a ton of damage, as we can see now.
I like the frames of Miller in the clinch. Another elbow. He keeps that overhook. And he's able to reverse the position yet again.
Yeah, Brody's starting to look pretty exhausted now, and Caleb's in a great position.
Oh, out the back door does Eaton, straight on a double leg.
Yeah, nice work. But Caleb always does well in fights like this, I've noticed. These kind of, these just wars where they end up dragging out a little bit, everyone's getting tired. Caleb seems to shine in those kinds of situations.
He's still going to work.
Yeah.
He's still absolutely going to work. He's picking his spots, he's picking his shots.
It looks to me like Brody really just wants to make it to the end of this round. Yep. Hope he's kind of maybe taking it, which I don't think so at this point.
10 seconds left in the round. Miller's just starting to turn it on. He's opening up the taps. What a better time to do it. Wow. It's been all Eid in the grappling up to a point. And that point was the point of the elbows of Miller, who's now spilled the blood of Eid, who shakes his head as he heads back to the corner, looking disheveled and a little heartbroken at the way at least the end of the round went. As we go to this replay, the scissor kick just slapping on the chin of Eid, and Eid going back to the game plan. Looking for shot after shot after shot. And Miller just staying active every chance he had. He was punching. If his arm was free, it was a punch or it was an elbow, and they were coming in bunches. You can hear the crowd now getting behind Caleb Miller. As we head into the third round, where we really could see the momentum of the fight changing. The first round was all Eid. That second round, it looks like Miller got the most of him.
So please just check the shot before you throw.
Yeah, we just saw the corner of Caleb Miller. Aaron Blackie very clearly demonstrate he wants an uppercut when Brody shoots. Look for Caleb to step back and throw that uppercut when Caleb shoots.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We saw Caleb go to the knee earlier. Didn't hit it, compromised his base. That's why that uppercut is there. Keep both feet on the ground, lift his head up when he shoots. The uppercut is such a great choice. If you miss and he shoots, you might get an underhook. You might lift his head up. You might have a frame.
Yeah, much less risk than the knee. Brody really looked like Caleb had gotten into his head a little bit at the end of that last round, but he seems okay now.
Capoeira kick. Oh, huge leg kick. Oh, a huge check. You could just see the shin of Eid bounce off Miller's. He's just waiting in it at that point there, but it's good to see him taking some of the initiative in the striking department at least.
Yeah, I'm surprised Caleb isn't using his boxing more. I think that's going to be a great part of the victory for him.
Could it be the fact that he doesn't really want to plant and maybe have Ed shoot in on him, but a big shot knocks the saliva out of the mouth of Miller, literally. Miller just shrugged that takedown attempt off.
Yeah, interesting, because it looked like Brody had his hands locked for a moment, and it must just be exhausted at this point from so much chain wrestling.
And he's still going back to it.
I suspect Caleb may look for that elbow again. He stuffs the head in between the legs. That's great work by Caleb. Makes the takedown impossible to finish at this point for Brody until he gets his head back on the outside. Oh, massive knee.
And straight back to it is Eid. And straight back to the defense is Miller. Nothing Eid has done in this fight has come easy. And that's due to the defense of Miller.
Yeah, Brody really just needs to posture up a bit more on those takedowns. He's starting to look very sloppy. Fair enough, because he's been working so hard in this fight. But that could be a fight-ending mistake for him if he leaves his head too low like that for much longer.
Yeah, especially because Miller's just opting to go to those elbows. They're devastating. And like you said, they really don't have to be that big.
Absolutely. Playing between those and the guillotine threat.
This is the grind, isn't it? This is the grind that people talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Both boys starting to look reasonably tired at this point. That was big knee by Caleb, back on the single.
It's almost as soon as a knee comes up, Eatons just all over that leg.
Yeah, it can make it hard sometimes if the guy wants to shoot a single, you're trying to throw the knee, they kind of end up smothering your knee sometimes.
Someone in the crowd calling for a foot stomp. Wildly specific. Miller just doing everything right on his end. It's just just the will of Weed of the will of Eid to just get into these grappling and clinch exchanges. It's very, very hard to deny. Oh, and it could be another reversal by Miller, and it is.
A great reversal by Caleb.
Every time Miller gets a decent underhook or an overhook, he does everything he can with it. He gets his money's worth, and Eid goes out the back door. And that just goes to show, like, that was a horrible position for Miller just then. On the ground in Turtle, that was one hook in with the seatbelt. That's not that great. As soon as he stands up, it's almost nothing.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the tenacity of both these boys in this fight. Like, for Caleb to be against the fence this long, and he's still working, still defending, and Brody just keep attacking. For 15 minutes, that's pretty insane to keep that work rate up the whole time. To keep reversing each other.
It's been like 90% probably like grappling. And that includes the clinch striking that we've seen from both guys. Like in the open striking like that, man, it has made up a small portion of the fight. It has just been a grind. That is brutal. That is like one of the most brutal fights that you could possibly have.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not like to be involved in that bout. That looks extremely tiring for both parties.
So difficult. So hard. It's literally like when it gets like that and it's an immovable force against an unstoppable object, it's literally just becomes a battle of wills. It becomes like who wants it more. And that was that huge right hand by Eid over the top. Knees from Miller. At every opportunity he had, Miller was throwing something. If there was a knee there, he was launching the knee. If it was an elbow, he was elbowing. If it was a punch, he was punching. He literally, if he could strike, he was striking. Very, very hard fought bout between both these guys. As our judges continue to deliberate, I don't fault them at all. Keeping us patiently waiting. As we head back into the cage for the official decision with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both of our fighters. And this one brought to you thanks to Franz Hydroponics. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards. Your first judge scored about 29-28 to Edie. Judge number 2 scored about 29-28 to Miller. Your third judge scored about 29-28 to your winner by split decision, and it goes to the blue corner, Brody Eid.
So the control time and the grappling of Eid gets it done. It really just like he deserves the win just for the amount of effort involved almost.
Yeah, I mean, we're the real winners after this bout.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, the amount of effort and the will to win that he had in that fight, he literally didn't stop. That was inhuman. To do that, it's like human CrossFit, but worse. Like literally getting elbowed in the head while you're doing it. And Brody Eade evens up his MMA record at 1-1 as he takes the victory.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next bout on our big card here tonight. This one is sponsored by Eco Life Solutions. We do it in the middleweight division. Let's bring out the two fighters. First of all, fighting out of the blue corner, this is Alfred Stoddard.
Alfred Stoddard, 2-1, fighting out of SBG Australia in Sydney. He's had a stellar performance in his last two bouts, riding a 2-fight win streak. And after suffering a devastating KO loss in his pro debut, literally here on Beatdown Promotions. But after a storied amateur career, he's looking for his statement win on Beatdown 6. He may have stumbled in his pro debut, but that's a distant memory now, as Stoddard has bounced back with 2 consecutive dominant victories and showcasing a well-rounded skill set that's equal parts explosive and technical. He fights from southpaw with a whipping lead uppercut that I absolutely love, and he makes use of his kicks on the open side, ripping his shin into the body and head from out of nowhere. Again, it's huge. He knows who he is, he knows how to fight, he knows how he wants to fight, which is massive.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, this is Nick Capo.
Nick Slick Kepu, 2-2, fighting out of the Fight Centre in Brisbane. With his kickboxing background and training under Ben Johnston, he's looking to make his mark on the middleweight division in Australia after returning from an injury layoff. And he feels like he's just getting started. He's the hard-hitting kickboxing stylist Kepu, a technical striker, throwing bombs, and he makes the most of these tiny gloves. He says he's left his injuries in the past and he's feeling better than ever. And you know what they say, a happy fighter is a dangerous fighter. And this is testament to his heart, having faced adversity and the mental struggles of injury forcing him out of the game. He's gone hard on his strength and conditioning and become more robust. And in his own words, my mental state is better than it's ever been and I feel aligned. Let's see how this edge plays out as the returning Nick Kepu takes on Alfred Stoddard in the middleweight division here, as we hand it over to James O'Shea to get us started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our big card here tonight. It is sponsored by Eco Life Solutions. We do it in the middleweight division, 3x5 minute rounds. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner from Sydney, trained out of the SBG Australia gym. Weighed in officially 84.35 kilos. Brings to the cage a record 3 fights, 2 wins and the 1 loss. This is Alfred Stoddard! And his opponent standing across in the red corner from Brisbane, trained out of the Fight Training Centre. Weighed in officially 84.3 kilos. Brings to the cage a record 4 fights, 2 wins and the 2 losses. This is Nick Phil Cassidy, third man in the middle.
This professional bout is proudly brought to you by Eco Life Solutions, the Australian leader in innovative, economical and ecologically sustainable insulation solutions. Head to ecolifesolutions.com.au for all of your insulation needs. Middleweight division in our pro ranks, Stoddard versus Kepu. This one's set to be a technical striking battle. Both boys getting a feel for one another. Crowd not having it. Boys not listening. It's these reads, isn't it, Jaden? It's these reads that really can tell the story of a fight and get a fighter to show his hand. You know whether to put all the chips in or not.
Yeah, especially from this open stance, it can just all change in 1 second if a massive shot lands.
And from the open stance, it means the power side and the power side are aligned of both fighters. So the lead hands, as you can see, these guys bumping hands constantly. They almost jam each other, and then you've got so much room on that open side of both fighters to just let that power go. Oh, whether it be a kick or it be a punch. And we're on. Oh, and we're off. Kepu tracks him. Oh, it's Stoddard down again. And it's called off. Whoa, 2 huge big shots. Stoddard feels that he was still in the fight, but the referee had seen enough.
Just like we said.
Huge few shots.
Could just all change so fast from that open stance, especially with these
100%.
bigger boys. So much power.
Absolutely, absolutely. It looked like Stoddard had more to give, but sometimes that's not necessarily the best thing. It's hard for us to say. We always want a fighter to be safe. It looked like he did have the single leg. It looked like he wanted to keep fighting, but 3 knockdowns in a round, it might have been really bad for him. It's hard to tell, but we definitely know that Nick Kifu throws bombs. And that was after he ate one of those huge body kicks on that side. You can see how Stoddard almost switched off.
Yeah, great work by Kepu. He ate 3 of those massive kicks and then just caught him and got the finish. Awesome work.
Like, it absolutely doesn't look good. It's the way he falls as well, and he did it twice. Going to the body, going to the head. I mean, his faculties just weren't there, and Alfred didn't fall down, he dropped.
Yeah.
It's so hard. When you see a guy like that and he falls like that, you should be wanting to stop the fight, but when he snaps back into it, it looks like he made the wrong call. Very difficult one, but Nick Kipu gets the win as we kick it over to James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for the 2 combatants here, ladies and gentlemen. Another great middleweight contest here on our card. And a big thank you to Eco Life Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute 13 of round number 1. Your referee stops the contest. Victory by TKO going to the red corner, Nick Kehu. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll grab a quick word with our victor. It was spectacular.
Yeah, we got the job done. We're here to put on a show, you know. It's been a long time coming. I got injured and I wanted to stay a bit busy last year, but fractured the sternum. But we're here now, you know. Yeah, ready to go. Let's go again.
Making up for lost time, and you certainly don't get put overtime in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm not getting any younger, so it's go time now. Got a small window, so hey, we got to go now, or we're just gonna sit on the sidelines, and have a beer in my hand and talk a bit of shit. But I don't want to be that guy.
All right. Well, what's next?
Next, we just go to the drawing board. We go back again, and we find another fight. We got to stay busy. But this is not about me. I just want to thank God for changing my life and then getting me to where I am today. He's changed. He's done wonderful things for me. My fiance, I love her. Getting married this year as well. So my parents, my mom, I think she's in here tonight as well. I think it's the first time she's ever seen me fight live. So I'm glad I made it nice and short, Mum. We're going to go to Macca's now, and we're going to have a family feast. A dinner box.
Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. There's your victor, Nick Kefu.
Nick Kefu, that's one shot. You can see that Stoddard's wobbled there. Even when he's throwing, his feet are coming up. That's two, and literally dropped. Bang, 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 go into the body, go into the head. Eats one there, two, eats three there, drops again. And not falling down, like drops, looks away from his opponent. I get it, I kind of get the stoppage. It's difficult to say because he snaps back into it, but huge, huge victory for Nick Kefu either way.
We move along in our big card here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Next bout, we do it in the lightweight division. And this one is brought to you with thanks to MMA Fight Store. Let's bring out the two fighters. Blue corner, first of all, this is Jesse Medina.
Jesse Medina, 16-13, fighting out of Mildura Martial Arts in Mildura, Victoria. Australian regional circuit MMA veteran. He's had ups and downs, but has a skill set that could upset many, including facing his international opponent here tonight. And not only has Medina competed for the better part of a decade, he's done it frequently and against names of outstanding caliber. From making his pro debut against guys like Miles Simpson, to fighting numerous domestic champions on about every fight show that's sprouted throughout Australia. Medina has acquired a skill set that means problems for just about anyone he stands against. And after a two-fight skid, both by way of decision, he looks to meet Tamita here tonight to reverse his fortunes and begin his 2024 campaign back in the winner's circle.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Shoichi Tomita.
Shoichi Tomita, 9-2, fighting at a base training center, originally from Osaka, Japan. Moved in 2023 and trains under UFC veteran Damian Brown. A 9-2 Pancrase veteran, BJJ brown belt, but he's a grinder who will expend his gas tank to expend the will of his opponents, leaving it up to them how they'd like to lose. Are you going to wilt under the pressure, or are you going to resist and get grounded to the mat or the cage for as long as you can stand? Highly capable, and his style just screams tough night at the office. He's the type of fighter you pack a lunch to take on because it's unlikely you'll get rid of him with a round or two. And during the course of the fight, he'll test you, he'll keep you honest, and he'll question your resolve. And as he enters the cage, without further ado, we hand it over to James O'Shea to kick off the fighter introductions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you to this bout on our card here tonight. This one is brought to you thanks to MMA Fight Store. We do it in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner from Mildura, Victoria, trained out of the Mildura Martial Arts Gym. Brings to the cage Professional record, 29 fights, 16 wins and 13 losses. He weighed in officially 70.55 kilos. Make some noise. This is Jesse Funky Cold His opponent standing across in the red corner, weighed in officially 69.85 kilos. Originally from Osaka, Japan, now based here in Brisbane, trained out of the base training centre. His fight record, 11 fights, 9 wins, just the 2 losses. This is Shoichi Tomita! Third man in the middle, referee Mr. Peter Hickmott.
This international matchup is brought to you by MMA Fight Store. Now with their convenient Brisbane store open and running, getting quality equipment has never been easier. Head to mmafightstore.com.au to upgrade your MMA gear today. Medina vs Tomita, round 1. You can see the spring in the step of Tomita. Medina just so poised, ready to stand right in front as it looks like a big shot landed. You see Damian Brown just stressing a little bit at the language barrier between him and his fighter. Oh, takes Medina down quite easily. Medina with that arm draped over the head. Sometimes not the best of things.
Yeah, Tomita looking really good here. Oh, going for a Von Flue choke. It actually looks very tight.
It looks very, very, very tight.
This could be the end of the fight.
Wow! Very, very early on.
That arm is trapped, and with the MMA glove on, I don't think there's any way out. I think Medina's going to go to sleep here.
Yeah, Medina literally can't even move his head. It's like stuck there. It's glued there. You can see him trying to move. There's almost no movement.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he hasn't already gone to sleep. It looks so tight.
Yeah, look at that arm just trapped. Wow. Such a unique position and not something I would have expected.
Yeah, I think if Tomita can maybe move past the guard, he might be able to get it a little bit tighter. But he's kind of trapped in that half guard right now, and maybe that's just saving Jesse Medina.
Looks like Medina can move his head a little bit more, which means the pressure's probably alleviated at least enough for him to grin and bear it.
Interesting, the hand is still trapped. The right arm of Jesse Medina.
Yeah, you see a little bit more space now. Medina able to get back to a guard here. That makes that guillotine threat. He almost reversal of fortunes. And Tomita picking him up and slamming him into the gutter. Medina now out of the frying pan at least. We'll see if he's in the fire.
You're hanging on to that guillotine. It can be a risky strategy because you end up gassing your arms out so much if you don't finish it.
You can find yourself in a position, locked into a position much like the guard that we saw earlier in earlier fights where time is ticking.
Yeah, it looks like Tomita's trying to attempt it again. I think the cage is going to kind of inhibit him this time from getting it really tight.
Tomita at least gets out of the threat of the guillotine. Medina so savvy using that underhook, trying to get around Tomita.
Yeah, he's doing a great job trying to build up and use the underhook, but Tomita's smart as well. He's raised his hips up so Medina can't sneak out the back and jump on his back. He's actually backstepped now.
Looks like he's getting a lot of back.
Nice work by Jesse Medina.
Literally,
end up behind.
pretty much angled himself, even against the cage. He found a way to get around. He's in a much better position than when he was in that modified, like, Von Flue almost. Still a minute left to make something happen. Looks like a tiny cage grab by Tamita.
Tamita's locked that Kimura now on the right arm of Jesse Medina. Looks like he's going to go for a Sumigashi throw, like possibly try and sit to his butt and throw Jesse Medina over his left shoulder. Yep.
He does just that.
Nice work. Oh, but he exposes his back in the process.
With 30 seconds left, you can see what either fighter is going to make of this position. Seems like a coin flip. They might just ride it out. There's the option of the straight armbar there, but with 10 seconds in the round. Highly technical matchup. I love those punches when somebody has the back. It just reminds me of that big brother, little brother thing where you fight for like a minute and you're both gassed and then there's like these little 6-inch punches to the head. Highly, highly technical grappling round for both guys. As we go to our next-gen constructions replay, there's that takedown. Jesse Medina just, even then, choosing to stay engaged and stay on top, and there's the reversal by Tamita, which ultimately kind of gets his back taken, but he still had a control of that grip, wasn't able to make anything from it. Definitely a chess match when it comes to the grappling department.
Right, good. Do it again.
Jesse Medina, Shoichi Tamita, round number 2. Back in the open stance, righty versus lefty. And Medina going high, drops down low.
Kimura again for Tamita. Seems like this is his kind of go-to counter against the fence.
Cheeky elbow. But yeah, 100%. Even if it just breaks the grip, he seems to be content with that. Medina opting for a body lock, takes him up, comes back down of his own accord. Tamita not looking phased at all. Medina just going to work. Drops down for a guillotine. Looks to like it's the arm in. It's very difficult to tell from where we are. It looks like it's under the chin well and truly. Gets the full guard. Seems to be pretty deep. That is attack! Whoa! I thought it was deep, and it most definitely was.
Wow, you called it. I did not think that was going to finish the fight. That's super impressive by Tamita.
That's crazy. He wasn't even that high up on the neck. Wow! Language barrier is nothing.
Yeah, great work by Tamita. He must have a tremendous squeeze and great technique.
Absolutely. It's just elated in victory. And it really goes to show you how good Damian Brown's cornering is. He can use 2 words at a time. And your fighter will still win by submission. And we see that big kick from Medina. Did a fantastic job using that, getting his head up, getting under onto the hips. And you can just see the guillotine. It starts here. He wraps it, controls the head, and then gets the guard later. It looked like Medina didn't necessarily respect it, but once that guard was on, it was a big squeeze as we head to the cage with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both fighters here. Again, another great fight on our card here tonight. And a big thank you to MMA Fight Store. 58 seconds into round number 2. Your winner by submission via guillotine. Ladies and gentlemen, going to the red corner, Shoichi Tamita! We'll grab a few words with our winner. Congratulations.
Thank you. I would just say, firstly, I'm not a native. I can speak English well.
Go speak Japanese.
I pretend to not get nervous, but in fact, I'm very nervous. I was super nervous before fight, but Damian and Lion regime support me, and I appreciate it. And thank you for coming today.
Congratulations and enjoy the moment.
Sorry.
Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Tamita nervous by his own admission, but it did not show. The man was super composed and got a very rare finish. We don't see those all the time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you are enjoying all of the action here tonight from Eatons Hill. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? You're enjoying the fight so far tonight? All right, let's keep up. The atmosphere is moved towards our main event of the evening. Next bout on our card here tonight is brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. It is in the welterweight division. Let's bring out our fighters. First of all, blue corner, this is Jamie Spawn.
Jamie Spawn, 2-1, fighting out of Igor MMA in Sydney. The BJJ black belt, as mentioned, at Igor MMA, but he's training with UFC athletes like Josh Kulabau. And his only professional loss was to former Hex champion Johnny McCarthy, the same man who also defeated his opponent Jack James here tonight, funnily enough. Spawn's sights with an aggressive and committed determination, making no mistake about where he wants the fight to go and how he wants to break his opponents down with his grappling. And whether he gets them down or not, his work rate, it just feels like he keeps the pedal down and he overwhelms his opponents into making mistakes, into making choices that he has answers for. And soon enough, he has them in a position where they're tapping and wondering what happened. But looking to bounce back from an unsuccessful outing is no small task as he welcomes Jack James back to the beatdown cage.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Jack James.
Jack James, 4-2, fighting out of Courage Training Centre in Townsville. A fellow BJJ black belt. Many Thai boxing and boxing fights. Training under Aussie MMA OG Ian Bone. With only welterweight loss to former Hex champion Johnny McCarthy. Similar to his opponent here tonight. And he's determined to rebound back after that decision loss. But he's made a significant impact since transitioning down to welterweight, which I believe he belongs. And this shift provided pivotal, constructive changes to his game. And he's strung together consecutive ground and pound finishes right here in the Beatdown Promotions cage. But he's not just a fighter, he's a student of the game and someone who thrives on learning from setbacks and emerging stronger. With a gritty work ethic and no-nonsense fighting style. He's become a standout prospect in the division, and with our co-main event in the welterweight division upon us, we hand it over to James O'Shea to get it started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to the two fighters for this bout here. This one is brought to you with thanks to Next Gen. 3-by-5 minute rounds. We do it in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner, weighed in officially 76.75 kilos. From Sydney, New South Wales, he's trained out of the Eagle MMA gym. Brings to the cage a record of 3 fights, 2 wins, just the 1 loss. Make some noise. This is Jamie Spawn. His opponent standing across in the red corner, weighed in officially 77.25 kilos. From Townsville in North Queensland, trained out of the Courage Training Centre. His record to date, 6 fights, 4 wins and the 2 losses. Give it up, this is Jack Bricktop James. Referee in charge of the action, Phil Cassidy.
Our Kona main event of the evening is brought to you by Next Gen Construction. Whether you're building a custom home or completing renovations and extensions, Next Gen offers amazing service and great quality throughout. Follow Next Gen Construction on Instagram at nxtgen.construction. Spawn just seeking to take the middle of the cage immediately. Trying to land shots, and strange seeing another black belt throwing those kicks which can so easily lead you to the ground, but James more than happy to throw ones higher than the equator. Might have seen something that he liked in the tape leading up to this fight, because he's thrown a lot of them. Good right hand by Spawn there.
Jamie's corner calling for level over. I believe they want a level change and a right overhand.
Yeah, there's no like code to that one. There's no golden ticket. It's just literally level over.
Yeah, golden ticket sounds way cooler.
I think James has thrown more kicks in this fight already than most fights have. Kicks total. Really going to work. Kicking that calf out. It's huge, especially for guys looking to plant his feet like Spawn is. You can take the wheels off him. Some of those leg kicks, it's huge. Changing stances in Spawn. Goes high on the open side. Brilliant corner advice for Jamie Spawn as well. Slow set your pace, range. Jack James has been so composed, knows exactly what he wants to do, doesn't feel comfortable, he gets out of there. Oh, he goes body head, does Jack James.
Massive right hand for Jack James there. That connected super clean.
James is not being intimidated at all. This is great. We've got 2 black belts and they're just throwing lumps at each other.
Just punching on.
This is great. Both boys trying to go low over. I like the movement of Jack James. Moving laterally, picking his spots, changing his stances there. Just giving Spawn those different looks.
Yeah, I really like the kind of feint style of Jack James a lot more. As his leg gets caught and he gets it back. Awesome work.
I think James hit him like 2-3 times with his leg in the air. That's
just
great.
made him let go.
It'll definitely make you rethink about catching the kicks. I mean, those punches, even though they don't have a lot of hit behind them, it sucks. The calf of Jamie Spawn already reddening up.
Yeah, now that you point that out, that's a lot of swelling for very early in the fight.
I love that head body head from James. Spawn is just ever present. He's right there. He's right in that range. Oh, he eats a right hand. He's at the wrong range then. James starting to be the one on the front foot. He's getting his jab going. Needs to be careful not to get too overzealous, especially if Spawn's trying to launch that overhand right. Oh, big kick. James sends one back. It's these types of fights, pretty much like the Kepu Stoddard fight, where the pace almost seems like it's crawling along, and then all of a sudden, explosively, you see something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's easy when you're in there. Sometimes you can get kind of lulled into your opponent's pace, and then all of a sudden they switch it up on you, and you get caught with something out of nowhere.
Spawn seeks to switch it up by moving into the grappling. He's got a body lock. James doing all the right things. Keeping himself upright. I've never grappled with Spawn before, but the people I know who have, they just said he's peculiarly strong.
Yeah, he looks extremely strong on this body lock.
Great round. Very technical striking round from both guys. Spawn unable to get Jack James down. Both having their moments in the fight. Some really big shots from Spawn landing. Jack James just absolutely going to work. He set a foundation of kicking out those legs, working on his shots, and frustrating Spawn. It's one of those rounds where once we get to the third round, we'll look back on that round and be like, oh, that thing that he did, that's really paying off. As we go to the replay here, I mean, you could just see those shots. Could they pay dividends later on? Maybe. Could you see the pressure that Spawn was trying to get happening pay dividends later? Maybe. It is one of those things where it's hard to tell at this stage, but coming into round two, we're going to find out.
Let's go! Back it up, Ken. Back it up. All right, round two. Ready? Fight!
Spawn versus James, round two. I like switching off the kick as well. It's a very city kickboxing thing. But Jack James did it then. Did it again. You hit the front kick. Your opponent defends it. They think it's all hunky-dory, and all of a sudden you're in a different stance. And what was a jab is now a big rear hand. Another kick to the leg. If Spawn's going to throw when James kicks, I'd rather him do it earlier. He's almost eating the kick and then trying to throw. That's better. And what did it lead to? A fantastic shot into a takedown. Jack James building his base back up already.
It's a really technical battle, but I think this is where Jamie Spawn would probably prefer the fight to be.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. I think if it was more of the first round, you'd probably see the toll those kicks were taking had more of an effect on him. Because the kinds of shots that Jack James was landing with his kicks, to the legs, to the body, they really get old. They get old. After a while, especially in a fight like this, on this level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack James just all over it. He knew he was going to try and climb that back in typical Jamie Spawn fashion. He finds his spot, and it is on top, and he's going to work immediately.
Yeah, that was great work by Jack. He knew what Jamie wanted. He managed to shake him off, and now he's punishing him hard for it as soon as he hits the mat.
And it is funny, no disrespect to any black belts, but when you get guys in the cage, it's still the meat and potato stuff in MMA that works. It's like you sit on that bottom leg, you crush that bottom leg, you win inside position with your hands, and you let your hands go when you can posture up. They just do it better, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, absolutely. Like, especially playing on the bottom from the guard. There's so many positions where like you do know what to do and you have good attacks, but you just have to do it while someone's caving your head in with an elbow, which makes it like far less appealing.
100%. You see it starting to take its toll on Jamie Spawn. That's a horrible place to be, on the bottom against a guy like Jack James.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, Jamie has an underhook, but it's just, he just can't use it because his head is wedged in between Jack's left elbow, and he's just running into it every time he tries to move his head.
Yeah. Literally, like, wherever you dictate their head, the body kind of just has to follow. There's no two bones about it. From the waist up, it's just a huge lever, and Jack James using that forearm to just push down and just keep that lever flattened against the cage and against the gutter of the cage whenever he can. It's like Spawn's even bailed on the underhook. Oh, huge shots. He's looking to pin that arm. He's done exactly that.
Yeah, this position as well, even if you have good jiu-jitsu, a big part of it is being able to move your hips, and Jamie's wedged between Jack and the cage, so there's really no way for him to hip escape if he does get the underhook. Yeah, great work by Jack preventing the get up there. He just keeps pressure on the head. Jamie's shoulders stay pinned, and it's so difficult for him to get any counters off.
This position sucks. When you get stuck with something like this, I almost try to give up side control. I hope they take it, just to let my legs work together. I want my legs back together. I want to be able to have that room for my hips, because this is literally that bad. This is a slow death.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's so many times where just having your guard actually turns out to be detrimental. You'd almost rather they pass you, so maybe you can walk your feet up the wall or do something a bit ridiculous. But getting pinned here is just, yeah, like you said, a slow death. Absolutely.
Jack James just going to work, making everything, squeezing all the juice out of this position. Driving that head in, tripoding up, doing anything to just keep that pressure we're alluding to about having that lever. He passes the guard here. Let's see if Spawn can turn himself over at least, or get to turtle. The control of Jack James is just huge. We can't see what he's working with on that far side, but guaranteed, if he was able to do it, Spawn would be moving.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we mentioned in the intro, Jamie Spawn's probably the more sophisticated grappler on paper, but I mean, just because Jack James hasn't competed in as many jiu-jitsu competitions and gotten the recognition doesn't mean he's not as good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that round just really tells that story. MMA is a different beast. You can see Spawn busted open. Jack James going to work in that round and going to work on Spawn. As we can see here, hits that kick. It was actually Spawn that worked for the takedown, but it was Jack James that ended up shaking him off the top. When Spawn tried to do the right thing, I guess, tried to climb up on his back, which he's done in previous fights against previous opponents, but not against Jack James. And Jack James was having none of it. As soon as he felt that little lapse in control, and especially that seatbelt grip that we were talking about, he shrugged him off, put him down, and just kept it. He owned that position. See what Jamie Spawn's going to do coming into this third round, to see if he can turn the ship around, at least from where it's headed. He comes out on the front foot. He's feinting, positional feinting, giving James a lot to think about, at least. Back to the leg is Jack James. It's funny, you can tell when two guys have had a round of grappling, the pop in their strikes just aren't. It's not the same. It's that isometric strength when you're forced to just hold something and just carry something for a while. You go to use that top and you're like, man, it feels like I'm doing it, but the actual effect of your punch is just, it's not the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, big one up top, glances over the top of the head after battering into the top of the head of Spawn. I like how Spawn's going to the body first. If he can go to body head, then you can put a shot after it, body, head, low on that shot. It at least makes Jack James think about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jack James does a great job of not letting anything get... nothing lands on him for free.
Yeah.
He punishes everything. Even if you land on him, he's going to hit you again straight away.
That's it. And it's at the point now where these guys have been fighting for, 12 minutes? I kind of know what Spawn's going to do. He's going to put that jab out, and then he's probably going to throw like a big kind of right hand. Even when he switches his stance, he's kind of doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful deep shot by Jack James. Gets really deep on the hips. Takes Spawn down right in front of us here. He's immediately in that deep crossface with the arm up.
Yeah, amazing work by Jack. You can see that the right arm crossface is actually in the armpit of Jamie Spawn, which just puts so much pressure on the arteries of the neck with that right shoulder of Jack James.
And immediately you can just tell that Jack James wants to posture up. That's what he should be doing. Control is fantastic, but we're here to fight, and that's exactly what James has been doing. Not just getting to these positions to own the position necessarily, but get into these positions to just take the fight away from Jamie Spawn, and you do that, 1, by winning position, and 2, by striking.
Yeah, Jamie's really struggling to make anything happen here. He's kind of just holding on to Jack James's head, which is really not a good sign. You're essentially saying, like, you're just trying to stop them from posturing up and absolutely smashing you to bits. But in terms of mounting offense, there's not much going on for him here. It's kind of all Jack James.
James looking to get out of the half guard. Maintaining control with that one side. The amount of pressure that he's putting on the head of Jamie Spawn.
Yeah, Jamie got close to an off balance there, but again, just like wasn't enough, and you gas yourself going for that.
Come on, Jamie, let's fucking explode! Come on, explode!
James, look at that pass again. This time he gets it. Spawn straight away heading back to half guard, but begs that old question again. Now what? Very, very difficult, and Jack James making it very difficult. There's a consequence almost for everything that Jamie Spawn does.
Yeah, Jack James just looking so heavy on top, and he's in the side mount now, looking to drop those big right elbows.
It's crushing, isn't it? And he's just winning all the inside positions as well. It's not just the fact that he's on top, he's got that underhook. He's getting his arm inside Jamie Spawn's arm so that he can throw these elbows and that he can hit these attacks. Looks like he's going for a key lock here. You can hear the head of Jamie Spawn just bouncing off the mat. With 30 seconds left. Huge outing for Jack James, unless Jamie Spawn can really pull something out here in the dying moments of this fight.
Just stand up.
Yeah, just stand up and flying triangle. Oh, and Jack James. I love that. There's two kinds of fighters. The people who hear that there's 10 seconds, they coast, and there's people that turn it on. Jack James is turning it on here. Huge finish to the fight for Jack James. Massive statement. Coming back to his opponent, showing that sportsmanship and that respect for a brother in arms. It's not possible to fight without an opponent. He understands that and respects that. And we respect the skills of Jack James, because that was a clinic, and that was against a guy who was very, very good.
Yeah, that really was a clinic.
Jack James is hitting those takedowns on Jamie Spawn. It looks like his legs are beaten up. He's got ice packs on him already. And those elbows were just huge. The final stanza of the fight. Jack James just not caring. Not respecting the guard, towering himself through it. Standing over Jamie Spawn and going to work. A huge end to the fight. Jamie Spawn looking the worst for wear, but a soldier and a warrior through and through. Jack James is absolutely legit, and it's been a fantastic another outing for him as he looks to be going 5-2 against a legitimate opponent in Jamie Spawn. As we cut back to the cage with James O'Shea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both fighters. Great display, high-level fight there, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to our sponsor, Next Gen, for their sponsorship of this bout. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and the judges score it this way: 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. All to your winner by unanimous decision, and it goes to the red corner, Jack Bricktop James.
No surprises there, Jack James. A very competitive first round. The second round a little bit different. Jack James got to that position after shrugging Jamie Spawn off his back. And from there, the damage had sort of already been done. He came into that third round, he sealed that takedown and took the fight away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll grab a few words with our winner. Well, Jack, congratulations. A real statement made here tonight.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to do. You know, bounce back nice and strong and put in a good effort all camp. So I just hope it showed tonight.
You had to be patient. You took your time and then made the most of it.
Yeah, I just really had to believe in myself, believe in my hands, which is something that coach is trying to tell me to do all the time, which is something I was really focused on doing, and I think I improved that this time.
Getting better and better, but was this your best performance to date?
The best are yet to come. We got a show coming up to Townsville, Beatdown Promotions, May 11. I want everybody there. May 11, Beatdown in Townsville. Let's go!
There you go. So May 11. It's like you're reading the script here. May 11, Townsville. Beatdown goes up to your neck of the woods. What does this mean to you to be able to do it in front of your people up there?
We're going to put on a show. Beatdown Promotions on the road. Townsville's really going to show out. We'll get some good local talent on there. We'll have heaps of people from Courage, and it's going to be awesome.
So that's when we'll next see you in action?
It will be. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. So May 11, this man there to pretty much let you know what's happening. May 11 there from Townsville. So that is Beatdown 7. So after we get through tonight, that's what is coming up. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that takes us to the final bout on our card tonight. The bout that we've been waiting for. Come on, Eatons Hill, make some noise. Are you ready? Are you ready for our main event of the evening? Let's bring out the fighters. This one here. This one sponsored by Eco Life Solutions, and this one is in the flyweight division. This one here, undefeated versus undefeated. Another international contest presented to you here by Beatdown Promotions. Let's bring out the fighters for the main event, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, fighting out of the blue corner, this is Issei Kitano.
Issei Kitano, 5-0, fighting at a Sonic Squad in Yokohama, Japan. 5-0, like we said, with 5 first-round knockouts. He's actually moved up to flyweight to get international opportunities, but originally fighting at strawweight and moving up in weight and already having that kind of stopping power at strawweight, or just 52.2 kilograms. It's impossible to ignore the power he brings for one, and two, he's moving up in weight class. And that stopping power he's demonstrated at strawweight, you have to wonder about the impact he'll have now with that bit of extra weight. Hailing from Japan, however, has spent hours in the training room at the renowned Rufus Sport in the USA, a gym producing the caliber of talent such as UFC champions Anthony Showtime Pettis and Tyron Woodley. This is a stellar international matchup with both fighters coming in, never tasting defeat, and with more than protecting their O in mind. This one has finish written all over it, and the beauty is who will take it and how.
And now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This is Stewart Nicoll.
Stewart Nicoll, 7-0, fighting out at his gym, Bros BJJ, the Garage, Team Compton in Brisbane, Australia. You can see the caliber of training partners he has with Steve Compton, fighting under Steve Compton, under Dan Higgins. And Elliot Compton, of course, in his corner. 6 finishes from 7 victories in his perfect record. His only decision was against Jamie Renew, a BJJ black belt. And rolling on from his latest foray into the cage at Beatdown Promotions 5, a legitimate talent with the MMA world at his doorstep. He's got the perfect style that utilises his skills and experience. Pressure them to make mistakes on the feet and get them down. Pressure them in the grappling exchanges so they make positional mistakes and Nicol can advance. And then pick your poison, get smashed when he flattens you out or give up the sub. One way or another, this international fight is the main event for a reason, as both men are now within the beatdown cage, and we pass it over to James O'Shea to get us started in our main event of the evening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are set for our main event of the evening. Come on, Eatons Hill, make some noise. Let's raise the roof. Are you ready for our main event of the evening? Come on, Eatons Hill, make me some noise. Let's lift the roof off this. Presented by Damien Brown's Beatdown Promotions. It is main event time. Our main event is sponsored by Eco Life Solutions. It is an international contest. It is Japan versus Australia. It is undefeated versus undefeated. Eatons Hill, somebody's O has got to go. Main event time. This is Beatdown. Introducing to you first, standing across in the blue corner, weighed in officially 56.5 kilos. From Yokohama, Japan, trained out of the Sonic Squad Gym. He brings down under a record 5 fights, 5 wins are yet to taste defeat. All wins coming by way of first round stoppage. This is Issei Kitano. And now his opponent standing across in the red corner. He tipped the scales 56.75 kilos. He hails from Redcliffe, Queensland. 7 fights, 7 wins. Only one time has it gone to the judges' scorecards. Brisbane, he is the #1 flyweight across Australia and New Zealand until he is one of the hottest prospects in the country. Mr. Main Event, here we go. This is Stewart Nicoll! Referee, third man in charge, Mr. Peter Hickmott.
Okay, gentlemen, welcome. We went through the rules and knew my expectations. Listen to my command at all times, defend yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Come back ready to fight.
Our main event is brought to you by Eco Life Solutions, the Australian leader in innovative, economical and ecologically sustainable insulation solutions. Head to ecolifesolutions.com.au for all of your insulation needs. Main event underway. Stewart Nicoll versus Issei Kitano. And Stewie immediately already hitting a stiff rear hand. You can see how Kitano is just looking to hit those bombs. Stewie obliging him. Kitano says not bad.
Yeah, those leg kicks of Stewie's are serious. They pack so much power.
Dives on a takedown. We wondered how long it would have taken until he did. And just driving, eating up that leg, taking Kitano all the way across into the cage.
Yeah, nice work by Stewie. Looking to lock his hands, I think.
This is absolutely his world. Throws him down, Kitano posts out, he's not down yet, and he builds himself back up. That's huge. If he's able to do that against Stewie, he's got a chance. Stewie just still going to work, doggedly not giving up on it.
It's going to be so hard for Kitano to stop the takedown with Stewie on that body lock. Great work by Stewart. I think he locks the hands here.
100%. It's almost like he can just rinse and repeat these takedown attempts.
Yeah.
He's done exactly that.
Great work by Stewie. And he's riding the legs here. Kitano managed to get the bottom leg back, but Stewie puts so much pressure on you with the strikes. It's hard to get up because you want to defend your face and your body.
Yeah, you've almost got to pick one. Kitano making a really good account of himself in this grappling defense already. Big knee to Nicol. As again, he's got the tight waist. Just tries to launch Kitano to the ground, but he's still got his legs under him. And right as I say that, Stewart eats one of those legs up. That head post, just driving into Kitano. Stewart knows exactly where his head's going to be.
Kitano's doing a good job staying calm, but this kind of stuff, having Stewie riding you like this, it's going to be so exhausting. He won't be able to stay calm for long.
Yeah.
He's going to start to gas.
That's absolutely right. He's nice and fresh. This is early in the first round. But talk to me in about 14 minutes. It's just the pressure, isn't it? He goes from a leg trip to get your balance off one way. That doesn't work. He wraps those hands around that leg. He goes for a single leg. He gets on the body lock. And there, just like we saw that, it's just chaining these things together.
Yeah, training the attacks is phenomenal. Kitano's never really getting any opportunity to try and build any sort of height and get back up. And when he does...
Looked like that one was to the chest, but it was quite close.
Yeah, close call there.
And we talk about how hard wrestling is on the person either getting up or the person doing the takedown, but not if you time it perfectly. And Stewie really does that a lot. If you time it perfectly, your opponent can feel weightless.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just getting in on the legs, like, so clean.
Stewie just in such a dominant position, even here. Let those shots go. And to your point before, it's like when Stewie gets an opening to throw some of these shots, you really can. You can hear it, like he puts everything into it. Everything into it.
Yeah, absolutely. He just really never gives up any head height, and when he does, he's straight back in on the legs. It's just relentless.
Kitano does a fantastic job back to his feet.
Starting to look a little bit more tired at this point.
Stewie drags a leg out, straight into mount. Letting his hands go. Kitano just no giving up.
Yeah,
even from here. Oh, both hooks in. He's flattening Kitano out. Absolute worst case scenario. Stewie can just let him go from here. Kitano trying to get back onto his hips. Stewie faking, go for the choke. Kitano might be out here. A big stoppage victory in our main event. Who can stop this guy? If you're wondering what the next wave of talent in Australia looks like, it's already here. All I can say is follow this guy's journey. It's just a matter of time. Like, Damian Brown's doing a fantastic job of flying guys in, and he's flying dangerous guys in for this guy to take on. They're not getting out of the first round.
Yeah, I think that fight was over. The second Stewie got his hands locked and he locked his legs around Kitano's legs, shelved the legs, that fight was done.
Crazy. This guy's fighting legitimate talent and he's just disposing of them. As we go to the replay, we can see Stewie just doing what he does. Works on him, grind on him. And Kitano did everything right and he didn't get out of the first round. It's crazy. Stewie just working him, gets him down, hits him right in the chest with that one, gets into the worst spot possible against a guy like Stewie, flattened out, gave him the choice. I'm either going to choke you or I'm just going to keep hitting you, and that's exactly what he did. Stewie just adding to his unblemished record, going 8-0. As we make our main event the outcome official. When Stewie's done, we kick it to James O'Shea in the cage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get set to make this one official. Put your hands together for both of our main event fighters here, ladies and gentlemen. And big thank you to Eco Life Solutions, your main event sponsor here. 4 minutes 45 of round number 1. Your winner by TKO and still undefeated from the red corner, Stewart Nicoll! All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll grab a few words with our winner. Stewart, congratulations. So the same thing I said before to Jack James. Statement made here tonight.
I'll just grab some water. I'm a bit dry, sorry.
We'll let him grab some water. Another dominant performance, so he keeps his undefeated record intact. He's earned it. Congratulations. Statement made.
Thank you. Yeah, that was awesome. Couldn't have scripted that better. You know, he's very dangerous. But I was able to stand with him for a bit. The shot was a little bit desperate, like he's in and out is quite good. I knew it would be. But yeah, the shot wasn't very clean, but I'm a dog, you know. If you give me a leg, I'm gonna fucking hump that shit. Yeah. You know, once I got the grapple, that was all she wrote, and yeah.
There's an opponent that stopped everybody in the first round, but so were you conscious wanting to start fast yourself?
I was ready to take it to deep waters, was like 20 seconds left or 10 seconds left. I wasn't panicking. We do it again. Like, next round, just do the same thing. That's how I fight. Just try to maul people for 3 rounds. And if I get it done sooner, then awesome.
As they say, you don't get paid overtime, but certainly, again, another dominant performance, and you're continuing to rack these up. Another main event here, another packed house cheering your name. The story, another great chapter, and the story is got a few more chapters yet. I'm happy with that performance.
Sorry, didn't get your question. Was the question there?
There's plenty more chapters left in this story. There's been some pretty good ones so far, but there's a lot more to be written yet in your story.
Yeah, man, I want to go all the way to the top. I want to get to the UFC. And the love and support is fucking awesome. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you won't see me again here. We'll see.
But that is the big dream. You want to be in the UFC, and every fight is a stepping stone to that. Looks like you got a few here that think you should already be there already. What's this mean to you?
The support is awesome. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Keep it going.
Look, there's a lot of people here, Stewie, cheering for you, clapping. I'll let you finish off. I'll give you the mic. I'm sure there's a lot of people you'd like to thank.
Oh, there's plenty of people. Thanks to Damo and Mitch for another awesome show. Round of applause to those guys. Sold out show again. How fucking awesome. They flew Issei Kitano from Japan to make the fight happen. I believe he's actually 6-0. 2 undefeated guys. What an awesome fight. 6-1. Yeah, sorry, my bad. 6-1. Yeah, so thanks Kitano as well for flying all over here to make the fight happen. What an awesome fucking fight, awesome main event. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Plenty more people to thank. Thanks to all my team, Bros Martial Arts, Compton Training Centre, the Garage, Submission Fighting. Thanks to my sponsor, Tim Wilshire. Lives in New Zealand now, but as always, makes it down to the events and supported me over the years. Thanks to all my fans, supporters. I'm gonna miss some people, but number one is thanks to my wife, Olivia. Always. We got 3 little beautiful children, and she does like all the grunt work of raising them. We got a little beautiful family, and she supports me 100%, chasing this dream. I want to make it all pay off for her, and I want to make it pay off soon. So UFC, give me a shot. I'm ready. I'm ready for the big leagues. Thanks to my coaches, Dan Higgins, Steve Compton, for putting all the time and effort into me. Thanks to my cornermen, Elliot and Tazan, for being here and supporting me. And yeah, thanks everyone. Sorry if I missed you. Love you guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. The support's amazing. I love you guys so fucking much. Thank you.
Well said. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, undefeated, your main event winner here tonight as a part of the Big Beatdown Promotions. That is Stewart Nicoll, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause.
I mean, you could hear it from the crowd calling for the UFC. He's absolutely ready for the next level. He's got the next level skills and he's fighting these next level opponents. It's only a matter of time until it happens. Someone needs to sign this guy, seriously. Do these opponents a favour. Get him out of here because he's just wrecking guys. A fantastic showing from Stewie. And here we go. Back with Max Kelly in a dominant victory. It was that 1-2 that dropped Kindness, and he put that squeeze on. Here's Kepu just going to war. Dropped him twice. I mean, if you watch it in the replay, you can see that he was definitely in a bad way. And cutting back to the fantastic submission victory. I don't think I've ever seen Jesse Medina get submitted to Jack James's stellar performance in taking the fight to Jamie Spawn. And in our main event, Stewart Nicoll just dominating Issei Kitano. And like we said earlier, get this guy to the next level because Stewie Nicoll, he's just wrecking these blokes that you're getting in there. He needs that world-class competition. He's ready for it. Everyone here knows that he's ready for it. Another stellar night of fights. Thank you so much, Shaden Binney. I've lost my voice again. And I blame Damian Brown for putting on these fights. Thanks for being with us and stay tuned for the next one. Beatdown out.
Here at France Hydroponics, we sell everything you need to grow plants hydroponically. We sell everything you need here, from your lighting to your outdoor systems, indoor systems, hydroponic growth mediums, and your nutrients, as well as all kinds of accessories to meet your needs. So our customers come here because we offer a personal approach, and we support them through all aspects of their growth. We take the guesswork out of hydroponics. Whether you're a new grower or an existing grower, we have everything that you need here. You can find Franz Hydroponics in Kalanga in North Brisbane.